Hello guys, welcome to Percy Jackson. So in this video, we will see, what if Percy became the most sought after guy at Kuoh Academy? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. Tidal Waves. The world fractured around Percy Jackson like shattered glass. One moment, he was locked in combat with a primordial entity at the edge of Tartarus. The next, reality itself seemed to tear apart. A kaleidoscope of colors engulfed him as he felt himself being pulled through the cosmic rift, Riptide still clutched tightly in his hand. Annabeth, he shouted, reaching desperately for his girlfriend as she disappeared from view. Her stormy gray eyes wide with panic. Then darkness claimed him. Percy awoke to the gentle caress of morning sunlight on his face and the distant chatter of unfamiliar voices. His head throbbed as he pushed himself up from damp grass, blinking against the brightness of day. He found himself sprawled beneath a large oak tree on what appeared to be a school campus, except nothing about it looked remotely familiar. Definitely not Camp Half-Blood, he muttered, patting his pockets to find Riptide safely tucked away in pen form. And definitely not Manhattan. The architecture was distinctly Asian, with elegant buildings surrounding a pristine courtyard. Students in uniforms he didn't recognize moved purposefully between classes. Percy looked down at his own tattered, orange Camp Half-Blood t-shirt and jeans, both still bearing the scorch marks and ichor stains from his battle at Tartarus Edge. A bell rang, and Percy instinctively ducked behind the tree as students began flooding the courtyard. He needed information, but first, he needed to avoid looking like he'd just crawled out of a mythological war zone. Water. He could sense it nearby, a fountain in the center of the courtyard. With a subtle gesture born from years of practice, Percy felt the familiar tug in his gut as a thin stream of water separated from the fountain and snaked its way toward him, unseen by the bustling students. The water enveloped his hand, and Percy concentrated. It spread across his clothes, washing away grime and ichor before evaporating into mist, leaving him looking crazy. Ntably disheveled rather than battle-worn. A basic trick, but useful when you're the son of Poseidon. I don't recognize the uniform, he murmured, studying the passing students. And those signs aren't in English, or ancient Greek. He frowned. Is that Japanese? The implications hit him like a minotaur charge. This wasn't just another part of America or even another part of his world. Something about that dimensional rift had sent him much farther than he'd initially thought. Dimensional travel. Great. Annabeth would have a theory already. The thought of her sent a pang through his chest. First priority, figure out where I am. Second, find a way back. Percy straightened his shoulders and stepped out from behind the tree, adopting the confident stride he'd perfected through years of walking into potentially deadly situations. Rule 1 of being a demigod. Act like you belong until you figure out what's trying to kill you. He hadn't gone 3 steps before he noticed the stairs. Students paused mid-conversation, eyes following his movement across the courtyard. Percy had grown accustomed to attention. Being the son of one of the big 3 meant rarely flying under the radar, but this felt different. This wasn't the wary recognition of Camp Half-Blood or the suspicious glances of monsters detecting his demigod scent. Who is that? A transfer student. Look at his eyes. Is he foreign? The whispers followed him as he made his way toward what appeared to be the main building. Percy caught fragments of conversation, surprised to find he could understand them despite recognizing the language as Japanese. Perhaps some lingering effect of whatever had brought him here. A petite girl with short blue hair nearly collided with him as she rounded a corner, her glasses sly askew as she clutched a stack of books to her chest. Sorry about that, Percy said automatically, reaching out to steady her. The girl looked up, her eyes widening slightly. No problem, she replied, studying him with an intensity that seemed disproportionate to their brief encounter. You're new here. It wasn't a question. That obvious, huh? Percy offered a lopsided smile. I'm a bit lost, actually. She adjusted her glasses with precise movements. Kuoh Academy doesn't typically accept transfer students mid-semester. Kuoh Academy, Percy repeated, filing away the information. Right. It's been a complicated morning. The girl's analytical gaze never wavered. The administration office is in that building, she said, pointing to an elegant structure across the courtyard. They handle all new student inquiries. Thanks, Percy said. I'm Percy, by the way. Percy Jackson. Tsubaki Shinra, she replied with a small bow. Student Council Vice President. Percy noticed her subtle glance toward his hand, or more specifically, toward the SPQR tattoo partially visible on his forearm. Her expression didn't change, but something in her eyes did. Recognition. Concern. If you need any assistance. The Student Council office is on the 3rd floor, Tsubaki added, her tone carefully neutral. Appreciate it. Percy nodded, wondering if he'd just been flagged as a potential problem or offered a genuine lifeline. Before he could decide, a commotion drew his attention toward the gate. A crowd had gathered, predominantly female students, their excited chatter growing louder as a blond young man strode through the entrance. Even from a distance, Percy could tell there was something different about him, a charisma that seemed almost supernaturally magnetic. That's Kiba, Tsubaki explained, following his gaze. Our school's prince, you could say. Percy recognized that kind of attention. It reminded him of the way campers sometimes reacted to the children of Aphrodite, an almost instinctual response to something beyond normal human appeal. Interesting school, Percy murmured. More than you know, Tsubaki replied cryptically. She checked her watch. I should go. The Student Council President will be expecting these reports. With another small bow, she departed, leaving Percy with the distinct impression he'd just been evaluated. The administration office proved less helpful than Percy had hoped. Without identification documents or transfer papers, he was met with polite but firm resistance. Fabricating a story about losing his paperwork in a move from America bought him temporary leeway. The secretary promised to look into his situation and asked him to return the following day. As Percy exited the building, the courtyard had largely emptied, classes apparently in session. He needed to gather more information, and more importantly, he needed to find a place to regroup and plan his next move. A prickling sensation at the back of his neck stopped him stride, the familiar feeling of being watched. Years of monster attacks had honed his instincts. Percy casually turned, scanning the perimeter of the courtyard until his eyes locked onto a figure observing him from a second-floor window. A girl with long crimson hair returned his gaze unabashedly. Even at this distance, Percy could sense something powerful about her, a presence that radiated authority. She didn't look away when caught watching. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, as if Percy were a puzzle she found mildly interesting. The moment broke when another figure joined her at the W. Indao, a young woman with long black hair tied in a ponytail. They exchanged words, then both disappeared from view. Making friends already, Percy muttered, continuing across the campus. He spent the next few hours exploring the school grounds, mapping exits and potential defensive positions out of habit. The more he observed, the more convinced he became that Kuoh Academy was not an ordinary school. Certain areas seemed deliberately avoided by the general student population. Specific buildings radiated a subtle energy he'd come to associate with divine or magical presences. And occasionally, he caught glimpses of students whose movements or mannerisms struck him as distinctly non-human. As afternoon classes ended and students began to filter out of buildings, Percy positioned himself near the main gate. Watching the flow of departures. Information was his most critical need, and observing patterns was the first step to understanding this place. You're attracting attention, you know. Percy didn't jump at the voice beside him, a point of pride, but he hadn't heard anyone approach. He turned to find a petite white-haired girl regarding him with expressionless eyes. Despite her diminutive stature and seemingly young appearance, something about her presence felt ancient. I could say the same about you, Percy replied, noting how students gave the girl a wide berth as they passed. Stealth approach. Very nice. The ghost of a smile flickered across her face. Kaneko Tuju, she offered without preamble. Percy Jackson. You smell different, Kaneko said bluntly. Percy raised an eyebrow. I'm going to choose to take that as a neutral observation. Not from around here, she continued, her eyes never leaving his face. That obvious. You have no idea. Her gaze shifted to something beyond his shoulder. Bushu is curious about you. Percy followed her line of sight to see the crimson-haired girl from the window walking toward them, accompanied by the black-haired girl. He'd seen earlier and the blond boy who'd caused such a stir that morning. Bushu, Percy asked. President, Kaneko clarified, of the Occult Research Club. The crimson-haired girl approached the confidence of someone used to commanding attention. Up close, Percy could see her eyes were a striking teal blue, intelligent and assessing. I don't believe we've had the pleasure, she said, her voice rich and cultured. Rias Grimori, president of the Occult Research Club. The name Grimori triggered something in Percy's memory, a conversation with Annabeth about demonology and ancient texts. He kept his expression neutral as he introduced himself. Percy Jackson. Apparently, I'm the new guy everyone's talking about. Indeed, Rias smiled. It's not often we get transfer students with such unique energy signatures. Percy tensed slightly, though his posture remained relaxed. That confirmed his suspicions. These weren't ordinary students. Energy signatures. That sounds like Occult Research Club territory. Precisely why I thought we should introduce ourselves. Rias gestured to her companions. This is Akano Himahima, my vice president, and Yuto Kiba. Era, what an interesting visitor we have, Akano said. Her smile pleasant but her eyes sharp with assessment. Nice to meet you, Kiba offered with a friendly nod that didn't quite reach his vigilant eyes. Percy had faced down gods and titans with less scrutiny than he was receiving from this group of students. Whatever they were, they recognized him as something other than human, and that meant they themselves weren't what they appeared to be. We're having a club meeting this afternoon, Rias continued. Perhaps you'd like to join us. As a potential new student, you might find our activities enlightening. The invitation was clearly more than it appeared. Percy weighed his options. These people knew something about this world and possibly about how he'd arrived here. On the other hand, walking into T-Air territory would put him at a tactical disadvantage if they proved hostile. Before Percy could respond, a scream cut through the afternoon air, sharp, terrified, and quickly muffled. His demigod instincts kicked in instantly, his body already moving toward the sound before his mind fully processed it. East side of campus, he called back to the group, not bothering to check if they followed as he sprinted toward a wooded area that bordered the school grounds. Percy's hand instinctively went to his pocket, fingers closing around Riptide as he ran. The screaming had stopped, which only heightened his concern. As he neared the tree line, he caught sight of movement, a student being dragged deeper into the woods by what appeared to be a man in a trenchcoat. Except no man moved quite like that, with jerking, insectal motions that betrayed an inhuman nature. Percy didn't hesitate. He crashed through the underbrush, gaining ground quickly on the retreating figures. The creature, Percy was certain now it wasn't human, turned at the sound of his approach, revealing glowing eyes and a face that seemed to shift between human and something decidedly not. Let her go, Percy demanded, uncapping Riptide. The pen expanded into a 3-foot-long celestial bronze sword that glowed with a faint golden light. The creature hissed, dropping its struggling victim, a girl in a Kuoh Academy uniform who scrambled backward, eyes wide with terror as she stared at her captor. Demigod, the creature spat, its voice rasping like dry leaves. You don't belong in this realm. Yeah, I get that a lot, Percy replied, stepping between the monster and the frightened student. Run, he told her without taking his eyes off the creature. The girl didn't need to be told twice. She scrambled to her feet and fled back toward the school. The creature's form rippled, shedding its human disguise like an ill-fitting coat. Leathery wings erupted from its back as its face elongated into something vaguely avian, with a sharp beak and hollow eye sockets filled with malevolent light. A fallen angel, a voice said from behind Percy. He risked a quick glance to see Rias and her companions had caught up, their expressions grim. And not a friendly one. They come in friendly versions? Percy asked, returning his attention to the winged creature. Occasionally, Rias replied, stepping forward. Why are you hunting on my territory, fallen one? The creature's laughter was like grinding metal. Your territory. The human girl bears a sacred gear. She was marked for elimination by Lord Kokobile. Sacred gear, Percy muttered. Later, Rias responded tersely. The fallen angel's gaze fixed on Percy, its hollow eyes narrowing. But you're something else entirely. Something old. Something that shouldn't be here. I've been getting that impression, Percy said, adjusting his grip on Riptide. He bears no sacred gear, the creature continued, yet his power. It leaned forward, inhaling deeply. You reek of the sea and divinity. What are you? Complicated, Percy answered, and in a hurry, so either back off, or we do this the hard way. The fallen angel's response was to manifest a spear of light, its glow casting eerie shadows across the clearing. Lord Kuoh will reward me for bringing him such a curiosity. Percy had faced enough divine beings to recognize the attack before it came. As the light spear hurled toward him, he sidestepped with practiced ease, the projectile missing him by inches. In the same fluid motion, he charged forward, Riptide arcing through the air. The fallen angel barely evaded, the celestial bronze blade slicing through the edge of its wing. It shrieked in pain and surprise as golden ichor, the blood of immortals, dripped from the wound. That's impossible, it hissed. No mortal weapon can harm my kind. Good thing this isn't a mortal weapon then, Percy replied, pressing his advantage with a series of strikes that drove the creature back. Each movement was economical, practiced, the result of years of combat training against opponents far more formidable than this. The fallen angel took to the air, gaining height before launching another barrage of light spears. Percy felt the familiar tug in his gut as he reached out with his senses, locating a source of water, a small stream running through the woods. With a sharp gesture, he pulled, and water responded to his command, surging up to form a shield that intercepted the incoming projectiles. The fallen angel froze mid-attack, confusion evident in its hollow eyes. What manner of sacred gear is this? Percy didn't bother explaining. He pushed forward with his power, the water responding like an extension of his will. It coalesced into a swirling vortex that shot upward, ensnaring the fallen angel and dragging it back to earth with crushing force. As the creature struggled against its liquid bonds, Percy approached, Riptide pointed at its throat. Last chance to answer some questions. What's a fallen angel doing at a school? What's a sacred gear? And why does everyone keep acting like I'm some kind of interdimensional tourist? The fallen angel's laughter returned, more deranged than before. You truly don't know where you are, do you, Godling? This is not your Pantheon's domain. You've stumbled into a war you don't understand. Wouldn't be the first time, Percy muttered. A crackling energy began to build around the fallen angel, its wings glowing with increasing intensity. Percy recognized the signs of a desperate, self-destructive attack and tensed to defend himself. Percy, move. Rias's command came sharp and urgent. He didn't question it, diving to the side as a blast of crimson energy shot past him, engulfing the fallen angel in destructive power. The Chure's scream was cut short as it disintegrated, leaving nothing but drifting particles of light that slowly faded. Percy turned to see Rias lowering her hand, residual crimson energy still dancing between her fingers. That was efficient, he commented, capping Riptide and returning it to his pocket. It was preparing a suicide attack that would have leveled half the forest, Rias replied, her expression serious. I apologize for the interruption, but there wasn't time to explain. Percy nodded, studying her with new respect. So, not just a club president then. No, Rias agreed, not just that. She gestured to her companions, who had spread out to secure the area. Just as you're not just a transfer student. About that, Percy began. I'm not actually. We should continue this conversation elsewhere, Akino interrupted. Her usually playful demeanor replaced by alert caution. That fallen angel mentioned Kuoh. If he's taking an interest in Kuoh, there may be others watching. Rias nodded. The old school building. Our club room. Percy hesitated. He'd just revealed his abilities to these strangers, and while they'd fought alongside him against the fallen angel, he still knew next to nothing about them or their intentions. Kaneko, who had remained silent throughout the encounter, stepped forward. You controlled water, she stated flatly. Without a magic circle. Magic circle, Percy echoed. You're powerful, she continued, ignoring his confusion. But lost. Bushu can help. There was something disarmingly honest about the small girl's assessment. Percy looked from her to Rias, weighing his limited options. He needed information about this world, and these people clearly had it. The fallen angel had confirmed he wasn't in his own Pantheon's domain, which finding a way home would be even more complicated than he'd feared. Lead the way, he finally agreed. But I have questions. A lot of them. As do we, Rias replied with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. I believe we can help each other, Percy Jackson. The old school building stood apart from the main campus, its Victorian architecture a stark contrast to the modern structures that made up most of Kuoh Academy. As they approached, Percy noted the subtle shimmer in the air surrounding it, some kind of barrier or ward, invisible to ordinary eyes but detectable to his heightened demigod senses. Nice security system, he commented as they reached the entrance. Rias glanced at him appraising Ly. You can see the boundary field. Not exactly see, Percy clarified. More like, sense it. It feels like the barriers at CA, he caught himself. Like magical protections of encountered before. The interior of the building had been renovated into a comfortable clubroom with antique furniture. Bookshelves filled with ancient-looking tomes, and an ornate magic circle inlaid in the floor. Large windows allowed the afternoon light to filter through, giving the space a warm glow despite its occult trappings. Welcome to the Occult Research Club, Rias said, gesturing for Percy to take a seat on one of the Victorian couches. Or more accurately, the gathering place of my peerage. Peerage. Percy settled onto the couch, keeping Riptide accessible in his pocket. Akino moved to prepare tea at a small sideboard while Kiba took up a position near the door. Kaneko perched on a chair opposite Percy, her eyes never leaving him. Before we get to explanations, Rias said, taking a seat across from him, perhaps you could tell us who, or what, you are, Percy Jackson. That sword of yours harmed a fallen angel directly, which is no small feat. And your control over water without a magic circle or apparent sacred gear is unusual. Percy considered his options. These people had revealed their supernatural nature by fighting the fallen angel, but that didn't necessarily make them allies. On the other hand, he needed information, and establishing some level of trust seemed necessary. I'm a demigod, he said finally, son of Poseidon, Greek god of the seas. The reaction was immediate. Kiba straightened from his relaxed posture, hand moving subtly toward his side. Kone. Ko's eyes widened marginally, the most expression Percy had seen from her. Akino paused in her tea preparation, turning to observe him with renewed interest. Only Rias maintained her composure, though her eyes sharpened with intensity. A demigod, she repeated. That explains the divine aura we sensed. Yet the Greek pantheon has had no demigod children for centuries in this world. They retreated their divine realm after the Great War. This world, Percy focused on the key phrase. That's the second time someone's implied I'm not where I'm supposed to be. The fallen angel called me a godling from another pantheon. You didn't know? Akino asked, approaching with a tea tray. Percy accepted a cup, more for something to do with his hands than from any desire for tea. Last thing I remember, I was fighting at the edge of Tartarus. There was some kind of dimensional rift. Next thing I know, I'm waking up under a tree on your campus. He gestured around him. In a world where apparently the Greek gods exist but don't have demigod children, and fallen angels attack students for something called sacred gears. Rias and Akino exchanged a glance that contained volumes of silent communication. You've crossed between dimensions, Rias confirmed. This world has its own version of the Greek pantheon, but they're just one of many supernatural factions. The dominant powers are the three factions of biblical origin: angels, fallen angels, and devils. Devils, Percy repeated, the pieces clicking into place. That's what you are. Rias inclined her head in acknowledgement. I am Rias Grimoire, heir to the House of Grimoire, one of the remaining 72 pillars of the underworld. Everyone in this room, except for you, is a devil. Percy had encountered enough immortal beings to recognize truth when he heard it. He took a measured sip of his tea, using the moment to process this information. In my world, the Greek gods are the dominant power, at least in Western civilization. We've got Norse and Egyptian pantheons too, but they largely keep to their own territories. Fascinating, Rias leaned forward. And demigods are common in your world. Not common exactly, Percy corrected. But there are enough of us that we have training camps. Most monsters can smell our divine blood, so we tend to attract trouble. Like the fallen angel today, Kiba observed. Percy shook his head. That was different. Usually, Monsters from Greek mythology are drawn to us, Cyclops, Empusai, Dracine. That fallen angel seemed surprised by what I was. Because in this world, the biblical actions have been dominant since the Great War, Rias explained. The other pantheons retreated to their respective realms, maintaining minimal presence in the human world. So I'm basically broadcasting on a frequency no one here is used to picking up, Percy summarized. An apt analogy, Rias agreed. Now, about the incident today. The fallen angel mentioned a sacred gear. These are powerful artifacts created by the biblical God, bestowed upon certain humans. They grant special abilities, and some are powerful enough to kill gods, which makes their bearers targets, Percy deduced. The girl being attacked likely possesses a sacred gear, though she may not be aware of it herself, Rias confirmed. Fallen angels have been hunting potential sacred gear users in this area recently, despite our territory agreements. Your territory? Percy raised an eyebrow. You're not just students, are you? Rias smiled. Kuoh Academy was previously an all-girls school. It only recently became co-ed. The school itself is controlled by devil families, my own and that of my childhood friend, Sona Citri, who serves as student council president. The girl with the glasses, Percy remembered. Quote, Tsubaki mentioned a student council president. Tsubaki is Sona's queen, Akano supplied. Just as I am Rias's queen. Percy frowned. Like chess. Precisely. Rias nodded. Devil Society organizes peerages based on chess pieces. Each high-class devil receives a set of evil pieces to reincarnate others into their service. The pieces, queen, knight, rook, bishop, and pawn, bestow different attributes on their recipients. Percy processed this information, connecting it to his earlier observations. So Kiba is fast because he's a knight. And Kaneko is strong because she's a rook. Kaneko look. Ed mildly surprised that he'd deduced her role. Very observant, Rias praised. Yes, knights gain enhanced speed, rooks receive strength and defense, bishops magical power, queens a combination of all attributes. And pawns the potential for promotion under certain conditions. Strategic, Percy noted. My girlfriend would appreciate the design. The mention of Annabeth sent another pang of homesickness through him. Speaking of which, I need to find a way back to my world. People there will be looking for me. Dimensional travel is extremely rare, Rias said carefully. Even among high-ranking devils, few possess such capability. The fact that you were brought here at all suggests intervention by a power beyond ordinary means. The fallen angel mentioned someone named Kokobile, Percy recalled. Could they be responsible? Unlikely. Kiba spoke up. Kokobile is a leader among the fallen angels, but dimensional manipulation isn't typically within their power set. There's another possibility, Akano suggested. Looking to Rias. If he truly is a son of Poseidon from another dimension, perhaps this world's Greek pantheon sensed his arrival and might have answers, Percy finished, straightening. How would I contact them? Rias's expression grew cautious. The Greek gods of this world are reclusive. After the Great War, they withdrew almost entirely from human affairs. Contacting them would be difficult and potentially dangerous. I'm used to difficult and dangerous gods, Percy said dryly. It's practically a family reunion for me. A small sound that might have been. A suppressed laugh came from Kaneko's direction. Nevertheless, Rias continued, rushing to contact them without preparation would be unwise. This world's pantheons operate under different rules and hierarchies than you may be accustomed to. Percy ran a hand through his hair in frustration. So I'm stuck here with no immediate way home, radiating demigod energy that apparently makes me a supernatural curiosity. While fallen angels and who knows what else might decide I'm worth investigating. He sighed. Typical Tuesday, really. You handled this situation with remarkable composure, Akano observed. Percy shrugged. When you've had the Minotaur crash your freshman orientation and been to literal hell and back, dimensional displacement starts to feel like just another inconvenience. We can offer you protection while you're here, Rias said suddenly. My territory covers Kuoh town, and as heir to House Grimoire, my authority is generally respected by other factions. And in exchange? Percy asked, recognizing an offer with strings attached when he heard one. Rias smiled appreciatively at his directness. Information, primarily. Your world's version of the supernatural realm fascinates me. And perhaps, Should the need arise, your assistance with certain matters. The fallen angels seem to be growing bolder in their incursions, and having a demigod ally could prove valuable. I don't do permanent allegiances with immortal powers, Percy said firmly. Been there, done that, got the prophecy to prove it. A temporary arrangement then, Rias amended. Until we can find a way to return you to your world. Percy considered the proposal. He needed allies in this unfamiliar dimension, and these devils seemed more straightforward than many of the gods he'd dealt with. Plus, they had knowledge and resources he lacked. All right, he agreed. Protection and help finding a way home, in exchange for information and occasional backup. But I maintain my independence, and I don't take orders. Your terms are acceptable, Rias said with a smile that suggested she'd expected nothing less. Welcome to Kuoh Academy, Percy Jackson. One more thing, Percy added. That girl who was attacked, we should check on her. The fallen angel might have friends. Rias nodded appreciatively. Akano, could you locate the student and ensure her safety? Perhaps adjust her memories of the incident to something less traumatic. Of course, Bushu, Akano replied, rising gracefully. Memory manipulation. Percy frowned. A necessary measure, Rias explained. Most humans aren't prepared to confront the supernatural world. Altered memories protect both them and the balance between realms. Percy wasn't entirely comfortable with the concept, but he understood the practicality. In his world, the mist served a similar function, obscuring mythological realities from mortal perception. Now, Rias continued, practical matters. You'll need accommodation and a cover story while you're here. I can arrange for official transfer documents to be created, allowing you to attend classes as a legitimate student. And housing? Percy asked. We maintain several properties for situations requiring discretion, Rias answered. There's an apartment near campus that should suit your needs. That's surprisingly generous, Percy said cautiously. The Grimoire family is known for treating their allies well, Kiba explained. It's a point of pride. And having you close allows us to monitor any supernatural attention you might attract, Rias added frankly. Percy appreciated the honesty. Fair enough. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Kiba moved to answer it, revealing a petite girl with short white hair whom Percy hadn't met yet. Asia, Rias greeted her. Right on time. The girl entered nervously, her eyes widening slightly as they fell on Percy. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, she said in a soft voice. Not at all, Rias assured her. Asia, this is Percy Jackson, a special transfer student. Percy, this is Ossia Argento, the newest member of my peerage. Nice to meet you, Percy offered with a friendly smile, noting the cross she wore, unusual for a devil, he thought. You as well, Asia replied with a small bow. Bushu asked me to bring you these. She held out a small stack of clothes, a Kuoh Academy uniform. We thought you might appreciate so. Nothing less conspicuous than your current attire, Rias explained. Asia has a talent for obtaining things discreetly. Thanks, Percy said, accepting the uniform. Though I should warn you, I have a talent for destroying school uniforms at an alarming rate. We'll consider ourselves warned, Rias replied with amusement. Asia, would you mind showing Percy to the changing room? Afterward, P.S. you could accompany him to the apartment we're preparing. Your healing abilities might be useful if he has sustained any injuries from his arrival. Of course, Bushu, Asia agreed readily. As Percy followed the petite blonde from the room, he caught Rias's parting words to Akano, contact Sona. She'll want to know about our dimensional visitor before rumors spread. And prepare a communicat. Ion Circle. We may need to contact my brother sooner than anticipated. The changing room was small but well appointed. Percy quickly switched into the Kuoh Academy uniform, surprised to find it fit reasonably well. As he adjusted the unfamiliar jacket, he caught his reflection in a mirror, the formal attire a stark contrast to his usual casual style. I look like I'm cosplaying as a responsible student, he muttered to himself. A soft knock preceded Asia's voice. Is everything all right, Percy-san? Fine, he called back, gathering his old clothes. Just not used to the formal look. When he emerged, Asia was waiting patiently in the hallway. Her expression brightened. The uniform suits you well. Thanks, Percy replied, feeling oddly self-conscious. So you're new to Rias's peerage too. Asia nodded as they walked. Yes, until recently, I was with the church. It's complicated. I'm getting the impression everything around here is, Percy commented. As they exited the old school building, the campus had largely emptied, late afternoon sunshine casting long shadows across the grounds. Asia led Percy toward the school gate, maintaining a polite distance as they walked. Rias, Bushu said you controlled water during the fight with the fallen angel, she ventured after a moment of silence. Is that your sacred gear? Percy had momentarily forgotten that his abilities would be categorized differently in this world. Not exactly. Where I come from, it's an inherited power. My father is Poseidon, god of the seas. Asia's eyes widened. A god, really? Unlike the others, her reaction seemed more wonder than wariness. I've studied many religious texts, but I've never met someone with divine heritage before. Trust me, it's not all it's cracked up to be, Percy said with a wry smile. Mostly it means monsters trying to kill you and immortal family members with serious communication issues. Asia giggled softly, then quickly covered her mouth as if surprised by her own reaction. I'm sorry, it's just, you speak about gods so casually. Hard to maintain formality when you've seen your divine relatives bickering over chariot parking spaces, Percy replied. What about you? Rias mentioned you have healing abilities. Asia nodded, some of her initial shyness fading. Yes, it's my sacred gear, twilight healing. I can heal injuries for anyone, regardless of whether they're human, devil, or demigod. I suppose that's a rare gift, Percy said sincerely, thinking of Will Solace and the Apollo cabin's healing abilities. We have healers at camp, but their powers aren't universal like that. Asia blushed slightly at the praise. It's a blessing, though it's brought complications too. Something in her tone suggested a difficult past, but Percy didn't press. Everyone had their stories, especially in the supernatural world. As they walked through Kuoh town toward the apartment Rias had arranged, Percy found himself unconsciously cataloging the differences between this world and his own. The architecture, the language on signs he could somehow understand, the subtle differences in technology, all reminded him he was far from home. You seem sad, Asia observed quietly. Percy hadn't realized his expression had betrayed his thoughts. Just thinking about the people waiting for me back home. My girlfriend, Annabeth, my mom, friends at camp, you must miss them very much, Asia said with genuine empathy. I'll pray. She stopped herself, a flicker of pain crossing her features. I mean, I hope you find your way back to them soon. Percy noticed her slip and the emotion behind it. You were going to say you'd pray for me, weren't you? But devils can't pray. Asia nodded, her smile turning melancholic. Prayer causes pain for devils. It's one of the adjustments I'm still getting used to. You were religious before becoming a devil, Percy deduced. That can't have been an easy transition. It wasn't my choice, initially, Asia admitted. But Bushu saved my life. And everyone has been so kind. They're like the family I never had. Percy understood chosen families better than most. Camp Half-Blood had given him that same sense of belonging when the mortal world proved too dangerous or unwelcoming. They arrived at a modern apartment building a few blocks from campus. Asia produced a key and led Percy to a unit on the third floor. TH is one of the properties the Grimoire family maintains in the human world, she explained, opening the door. It should have everything you need. The apartment was modest but well furnished, with a combined living and kitchen area. A bedroom visible through an open door, and a small balcony overlooking the town. Most importantly, Percy could sense plumbing. Access to water was always a priority for a son of Poseidon. This is great, he said, genuinely impressed. Please thank Rias for me. I will, Asia promised. There should be additional uniforms in the bedroom, along with some casual clothes. If you need anything else, there's a communication circle by the phone that will connect you directly to the club room. Percy nodded, setting down his few possessions, essentially just Riptide and the clothes he'd arrived in. Any other supernatural house rules I should know about? Secret handshakes, blood sacrifices, pizza delivery preferences. Asia giggled again, more freely this time. No sacrifices, though Kaneko-chan is very particular about her sweets if you ever offer to bring snacks. Her expression grew more serious. But you should be careful about going out at night alone. Fallen angels aren't the only supernatural beings in Kuoh, and news of your arrival will spread quickly. Thanks for the warning, Percy said. I'm pretty used to being a target, but it helps to know what I'm up against. Asia moved toward the door, then hesitated. Percy-san, may I ask you something? About your world's gods? Sure, Percy replied, curious about what aspect of divinity would interest a former church member. Are they kind? She asked simply. The question caught Percy off guard. His experiences with the Olympians had been complicated at best, moments of divine wisdom and grace interspersed with pettiness, cruelty, and indifference. Some of them, sometimes, he answered honestly. They're powerful and ancient, which makes them hard to understand by human standards. But they're not all knowing or perfect. Just immortal and really strong. Asia considered this, then nodded as if confirming something to herself. Thank you for your honesty. I'll let you rest now. Tomorrow will likely be busy. Breakfast is served in the club room before classes if you'd like to join us. After Asia left, Percy explored the apartment more thoroughly, checking defensive positions and escape routes out of habit. The balcony offered a decent vantage point over the surrounding area, and he spotted what appeared to be subtle protective wards inscribed along the property boundaries, similar to the ones at the club building. Though less powerful, as night fell over Kuoh town, Percy found himself drawn to the balcony, gazing up at stars that formed the same constellations as his world, yet somehow felt different. The Hunt, Orion, the Pleiades, ancient patterns that had guided heroes since before recorded history. He pulled Riptide from his pocket, the pen's familiar weight comforting in his hand. Dimensional travel, he muttered. Annabeth would have a field day with this. The thought of her sent a fresh wave of determination through him. He would find a way back. He always did. In the meantime, these devils seemed like potential allies, and their world clearly had its own set of divine politics and supernatural threats to navigate. Percy had survived Tartarus, held the sky on his shoulders, and faced down primordial entities older than the gods themselves. Compared to that, being stuck in a parallel dimension with helpful devils was practically a vacation. Still, as he returned inside and prepared for sleep, Percy couldn't shake the fallen angel's words. You've stumbled into a war you don't understand. It wouldn't be the first time, and if history was any indication, it certainly wouldn't be the last. The next morning arrived with insistent sunlight streaming through curtains Percy had forgotten to close. He blinked awake, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings until memory reasserted itself. Right, parallel dimension, devil school, fallen angels, he muttered, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Just another day in the life. After a quick show, using his water powers to maintain perfect temperature, Percy donned one of the fresh Kuoh Academy uniforms. The jacket felt restrictive compared to his usual t-shirt, but he had to admit the overall effect wasn't terrible. He'd worn worse disguises. Riptide went into his pocket, a small ambrosia square from his original clothes into the uniform jacket, just in case. The small piece of godly food probably wouldn't be enough if he sustained serious injuries, but it was better than nothing. Following Asia's directions from the previous day, Percy made his way back to Kuoh Academy, arriving early. Why enough that the campus was still relatively quiet. A few students milled about, several doing double takes as they spotted him. Evidently, word of the mysterious transfer student had spread. As Percy approached the old school building, he sensed a presence behind him, someone following at a careful distance, maintaining the same pace but remaining just out of his peripheral vision. A normal person wouldn't have noticed. But years of monster attacks had honed Percy's awareness. Instead of heading directly to the club room, Percy took a casual detour around the side of the building, then abruptly turned and leaned against the wall. Arms crossed, waiting for his pursuer. Seconds later, a slender girl with glasses and a severe expression rounded the corner, stopping short when she found Percy waiting. Good morning, Percy greeted her pleasantly. If you wanted to talk, you could have just said hello. The girl adjusted her glasses with precise movements. Sona Citri, she introduced herself without preamble. Student Council President, Percy Jackson, he replied, though he suspected she already knew. But you knew that, indeed. Sona studied him with analytical intensity. Rias informed me of your unique situation. dimensional traveler, demigod, or just the new kid who's terrible at paperwork? Percy asked with a slight smile. All of the above, Sona replied without humor. Your presence here disrupts the delicate balance we maintain. Percy straightened slightly. I didn't exactly choose to come here. Nevertheless, you are here, Sona continued. And your aura is distinctive. It will attract attention beyond just fallen angels. So I've been told, Percy acknowledged. Look, I'm trying to find a way home. In the meantime, Rias offered protection and cover, which I accepted. Sona nodded once. The Grimoire approach, impulsive but generally effective. My concern is broader. Kuoh town sits at a nexus of supernatural territories. Your presence is an unknown factor from another dimension could trigger territorial responses from multiple factions. Percy recognized the underlying message. You're worried I'll start a supernatural incident that affects your territory too. Precisely. Sona's expression remained neutral, but Percy thought he detected a hint of approval at his quick understanding. I've arranged for you to be placed in Class 2B. Your schedule and materials will be provided. I suggest maintaining a low profile. I always try, Percy said dryly. It rarely works out that way. So I gathered from Rias's report of yesterday's incident, Sona replied. If you encounter anything unusual during school hours, contact the student council immediately. Unlike the Occult Research Club, we maintain a continuous presence on campus. Percy realized she was offering her own form of protection, albeit more pragmatic than Rias's. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Sona gave a short nod before turning to leave, then paused. One more thing, Jackson. While you're here, you're subject to the same rules as any other student. Disrupt classes or damage school property, and you'll answer to me, demigod or not. With that, she departed, leaving Percy with the distinct impression he'd just been issued both a warning and a grudging acceptance. Well, she's intense, Percy muttered to himself before continuing to the club building. Inside, he found the Occult Research Club already assembled. Rias sat behind an ornate desk, reviewing documents, while Akino prepared tea. Kaneko was perched on a couch, systematically working her way through had appeared to be an impressive assortment of sweets. Hiba stood by the window, and Asia brightened upon seeing Percy enter. Good morning, Percy-san. She greeted warmly. Did you sleep well? Better than expected, Percy admitted. The apartment is great, thanks. Rias looked up from her papers. Excellent. I hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of having some necessities delivered while you were asleep, toiletries, additional clothing, and so forth. That's thoughtful, Percy said, slightly disconcerted by the efficiency. Though a bit creepy that someone was in the apartment while I was sleeping. Our familiar handled the delivery, Rias assured him. She's quite discreet. Familiar? Percy questioned. Magical servants, Akino explained, handing him a cup of tea. Most high-ranking devils have them. Mine is quite useful for gathering information. I just ran into Sona Citri, Percy mentioned, accepting the tea. She seemed concerned about my presence disrupting the balance around here. Sona always concerns herself with order and protocol, Rias replied with a fond smile. She's not wrong, of course. Your arrival is unprecedented, and various factions will take notice. Speaking of which, Akino interjected, I completed the boundary expansion around Percy's apartment last night. It should mask his divine aura within a 50-meter radius. Good, Rias nodded. That should provide some immediate protection while we investigate longer-term solutions. Percy sat on one of the couches, balancing his teacup. About those solutions, any ideas on how I might contact this world's Greek pantheon? They seem like the most logical place to start looking for answers. Rias and Akino exchanged glances before Rias responded. I've begun preliminary inquiries through certain channels. However, I should warn you that the Greek gods of this world may not be as accessible as those you're accustomed to. Meaning, Percy prompted. After the Great War between the biblical factions, most pantheons retreated to their respective divine realms, Hiba explained. The Greek gods maintain minimal contact with the human world, operating primarily through intermediaries. What kind of intermediaries? Percy asked. Priests, oracles, certain designated bloodlines, Rias answered. There's a temple complex in Greece that supposedly maintains direct communication channels. but access is heavily restricted. Percy considered this information. So basically, even in this world, the gods are difficult to reach unless they want to be found. Some things remain constant across dimensions, it seems. Rias observed with a slight smile. Before they could continue the discussion, a magic circle appeared on the floor, glowing with crimson light. Percy instinctively reached for Riptide, but the others showed no alarm. "Ah, right on schedule," Rias said as a figure materialized within the circle. A woman with silver hair and a maid's uniform appeared, her demeanor formal and her presence radiating power that made Percy's demigod senses tingle. This was no ordinary servant. The aura she projected rivaled some minor gods he'd encountered. "Lady Grimoire, the Mai." Dee addressed Rias with a respectful bow before her eyes turned to Percy. "And this must be our interdimensional visitor." "Percy Jackson," Rias confirmed. "Percy, this is Graphia Lucifuge, Queen to Mai. Brother Searsex and maid of House Grimoire." Percy stood, recognizing the introduction warranted respect. "Nice to meet you." Graphia studied him with analytical precision. "Interesting. Your divine signature is unlike anything in our records. Lord Searsex is most intrigued by your arrival. My brother is one of the 4 great Satans who rule the underworld," Rias explained, noting Percy's confusion. "When unusual supernatural events occur, particularly those that might affect the balance between factions, it falls under his purview. So I've basically triggered a supernatural incident just by showing up," Percy summarized. "Great. Your arrival coincides with increased fallen angel activity in this region," Graphia stated. "The timing may not be coincidental." Percy frowned. "You think the fallen angels brought me here?" "It's one possibility being investigated," Graphia replied. "Lord Searsex has requested your presence at a meeting to discuss the matter further." "My presence? In the underworld?" Percy clarified, immediately wary. Visiting the underworld of his own dimension had been dangerous enough. Entering the devil's domain in this world seemed particularly risky. "Not immediately," Rias interjected, clearly sensing his concern. "Graphia is here primarily to deliver information and extend the invitation for when the time is right." Graphia nodded once. "Indeed, Lord Searsex understands the delicacy of the situation. In the meantime, he has authorized me to provide certain information that may assist in understanding your circumstances." With a gesture, Graphia conjured what appeared to be a 3-dimensional projection in the center of the room, a map of intersecting realms, each glowing with different colored energy. "The cosmology of our world," she explained. "The human realm exists at the center, with various divine and supernatural domains surrounding it." Percy studied the projection with interest. Unlike his world, where different pantheons occupy largely separate territories within the mortal realm, this universe seemed structured as overlapping dimensions, with the human world at the nexus. "The biblical factions control the largest territories," Graphia continued, highlighting 3 substantial realms in the projection: heaven, the fallen angels' domain, and the underworld. Other pantheons maintain their own realms, proportional to their current power and influence. She indicated a modest but clearly defined realm glowing with golden light. The Olympian domain, considerably reduced from its historical size, but still significant. "And these connections between realms?" Percy asked, pointing to thin lines that bridged various territories. "Fixed pathways," Graphia answered. "Dimensional gateways that allow controlled travel between realms. They're heavily monitored and restricted." Percy absorbed this information, trying to align it with his understanding of his own world's metaphysical structure. "In my dimension, the entrance to the underworld is physically located within the mortal world, in Los Angeles specifically. Olympus is anchored to the Empire State Building in New York." "Fascinating," Rias murmured. "Your pantheons maintain physical anchors within the human realm. It's tied to the concept of the flame of Western civilization," Percy explained. "The gods move with the heart of human civilization: Greece, Rome, America." Graphia dismissed the projection with another gesture. "Such anchors once existed in our world as well, but they were largely severed during the Great War to protect the divine realms from collateral damage. Which makes unauthorized dimensional travel even more curious," Rias noted. "Percy didn't simply cross from one pantheon's territory to another, he crossed between entirely separate realities." "Indeed," Graphia agreed. Such power exceeds what any single faction should possess. It suggests either collaboration between powerful entities or the involvement of primordial forces beyond the established factions. Percy's mind flashed to his final moments before the dimensional shift, the battle at Tartarus Edge against a primordial entity. In my world, we've dealt with awakening primordials before. Gaia, Kronos, entities from before the gods. Similar beings exist in our cosmology, Graphia confirmed. Though most have been dormant or sealed away for millennia. A thought occurred to Percy. The fallen angel yesterday mentioned someone named Kuoh being interested in sacred gear users. Could he be involved? Kuoh is a Cadre-class fallen angel, a veteran of the Great War, Graphia replied. Her expression growing more serious. His interest in this territory is concerning. However, dimensional manipulation exceeds even his capabilities. The school bell rang in the distance, signaling the approaching start of classes. We should continue this discussion later, Rias decided. Percy, you're registered for classes starting today. Heba shares your schedule and can guide you. While you attend to your cover identity, I will continue gathering information, Graphia stated. Lord Searzex has authorized access to certain restricted archives that may contain relevant historical precedents. Percy nodded, recognizing the value of maintaining his student disguise while the devils pursued their own investigations. Thank you. Any information helps. As the group prepared to disperse, Graphia approached Percy directly. One final note, son of Poseidon. Your divine aura will attract attention regardless of our protective measures. Exercise caution, particularly after dark. Not all supernatural entities in this region answer to devil authority. Story of my life, Percy replied with a wry smile. But thanks for the warning. Heba led Percy toward the main school building, joining the flow of students hurrying to their morning classes. The regular rhythm of school life, gossiping teenagers, harried teachers, the mundane concerns of TS and social status, felt surreally normal after the cosmological discussion he'd just participated in. So, how much does the average student know about what's really going on here? Percy asked quietly as they navigated the hallway. Most are completely unaware, Heba replied. A few have spiritual awareness strong enough to sense something unusual, but the boundary fields and memory alterations keep the supernatural hidden. Percy nodded. It wasn't unlike the mist in his world, obscuring divine reality from mortal perception. And the teachers, mostly normal humans, Heba said. Though a few were aware of the school's true nature and serve as additional security. They reached classroom 2B just as the final bell rang. Heba gave Percy an encouraging nod before entering, motioning for him to follow. The classroom fell silent as Percy entered, 30 pairs of eyes fixing on him with undisguised curiosity. The teacher, a middle-aged woman with a stern expression, consulted a note on her desk before addressing the class. We have a transfer student joining us today, she announced. Please welcome Percy Jackson from America. Percy had done this routine often enough to know what was expected. He offered a casual wave and the friendly but not too friendly smile he'd perfected through multiple school transfers. Hi, he said simply. Looking forward to being here. Minimal information, nothing memorable. The demigod approach to new schools. Jackson-san will be with us for the foreseeable future, the teacher continued. I expect everyone to help him adjust to Kuoh Academy. You may take the empty seat by the window. As Percy made his way to the indicated desk, the whispers began. He's so cute. Those eyes, are they really that green? Did you hear he was seen with Rias Onisama yesterday? I heard he saved a girl from attackers. Percy kept his expression neutral, though he inwardly sighed at how quickly rumors had spread. So much for keeping a low profile. The morning passed in a blur of familiar academic routines, mathematics that made Percy wish Annabeth were there to explain it, history that omitted all the interesting parts involving gods and monsters, literature that was at least somewhat engaging. He found himself doodling trident shapes in his notebook, thoughts drifting to his father and whether this world's Poseidon even knew of his existence. During lunch break, Percy found himself surrounded by curious classmates, their questions coming rapid fire. Is it true you're staying in an apartment alone? Were you really a swimming champion in America? How do you know Rias Onisama? Are you related to Kiba-kun? You both have that same aura. Percy fielded the questions with practiced vagueness, neither confirming nor denying the wilder speculations. He caught Kiba watching from across the room, a hint of amusement in his expression. Clearly, the devil had experienced similar interrogations in the past. As the crowd around his desk grew, Percy sensed a shift in the classroom's energy, students suddenly stepping back, conversations dying mid-sentence. He looked up to see a petite girl with white hair and a stoic expression standing in the doorway. "Kaneko," he acknowledged, grateful for the interruption. "Bushu wants to see you," she stated flatly. "Club business." The assembled students parted as Percy gathered his things, Ispers following him as he joined Kaneko in the hallway. "Thanks for the rescue," he said once they were clear of the classroom. Kaneko gave a small nod. "Humans are noisy. Does Rias actually want to see me? Or was that just an extraction plan?" Percy asked as they walked. "Both," Kaneko replied. Something happened. Her tone conveyed enough urgency that Percy quickened his pace, following her. Not to the old school building but to a more secluded area behind the gymnasium. There they found Rias, Akino, and Asia examining what appeared to be a scorch mark on the ground, a perfect circle approximately 10 feet in diameter. The grass within it blackened and smoking. "Percy," Rias greeted him, her expression grave. "Thank you for coming quickly." "What happened?" he asked, crouching to examine the circle. The pattern seemed deliberate, not the result of a random fire. "A summoning circle," Akino explained. "Or more precisely, an attempted summoning." Percy frowned. "Attempted. It appears someone tried to forcibly summon you during class," Rias said. "The boundary spells we placed around the school intercepted it, causing the energy to ground here instead." "Summon me?" Percy straightened. "Like what? Magical kidnapping?" Rias nodded. "Essentially. Someone used a ritual specifically targeting your divine signature." Percy processed this information. "The fallen angels?" "Possibly," Rias acknowledged, "though this magic has a different resonance than typical fallen angel techniques." "Akino, what do you think?" Akino knelt, running her fingers just above the scorched earth. "The energy pattern is old. Ritualistic rather than contractual. This wasn't a devil summoning or fallen angel compulsion." "Greek," Kaneko said suddenly, her nose twitching slightly. "Smells like sea and storm." Percy and Rias both turned to her in surprise. "You're certain?" Rias asked. Kaneko nodded once, definitive. "The Greek pantheon," Percy murmured. "They know I'm here, and they're trying to bring you to them rather than approaching openly," Rias observed, her tone concerned. "That suggests either urgency or secrecy. Or both," Percy added, remembering Graphia's comments about the reclusive nature of this world's Greek gods. "If they've withdrawn from human affairs, they might prefer to handle my presence quietly." Asia, who had been examining the outer edge of the circle, spoke up hesitantly. "There's something written here. It's not in any language I recognize." Percy joined her, studying the faint symbols etched into the ground at the circle's perimeter. His eyes widened in recognition. "It's ancient Greek," he confirmed, tracing the characters with his finger. "A summoning invocation specifically for." He paused, brow furrowing as he translated. "For, the son of the sea god from beyond the veil." "They know exactly what I am and where I'm from. Can you read the entire inscription?" Rias asked, moving closer. Percy nodded, translating as he circled the perimeter. "By storm and sea, by tide and time. We call the son of the sea god from beyond the veil. Blood of Olympus from another shore, your presence disturbs the ancient accord. Come forth to account for your transgression." "Transgression," Akino repeated. "They consider your arrival a violation." "Great," Percy sighed. "Blamed for interdimensional trespassing by gods I haven't even met yet." "That's a new one. This confirms the Greek pantheon is aware of your presence," Rias said, her expression thoughtful. "But it also gives us an opportunity. If they're actively seeking contact, perhaps we can arrange a meeting on more favorable terms." "How?" Percy asked. "I'm not exactly in their divine phone book." "No," Rias agreed with a slight smile, "but there are established protocols for requesting audience with the various pantheons. As heir to House Grimoire, I have certain diplomatic privileges." "You'd do that?" Percy asked, surprised by the offer. "Of course," Rias replied. "Our agreement includes helping you find a way home." If the Greek gods of this world have information about the dimensional rift that brought you here, it's in everyone's interest to facilitate communication. Percy felt a surge of gratitude toward the crimson-haired devil. Despite knowing him for barely a day, she was offering significant assistance with no immediate benefit to herself. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "I appreciate it." Rias nodded acknowledgement before returning to the practical matter at hand. "Akino, can you place a containment barrier around this site? I'd prefer to keep this discovery between us for now." "Of course, Bushu," Akino replied, already beginning to trace magical symbols in the air. "What about school?" Percy asked, gesturing toward the main building. "Should I go back to class?" "I think not," Rias decided. "This summoning attempt suggests you're being actively targeted. Until we better understand the situation, you should remain with club members." "Agreed," Akino said as she completed her containment spell, a shimmering dome now covering the summoning circle. "Besides, I doubt you were paying much attention in class anyway." Percy couldn't argue with that assessment. "Fair point. So what's the plan?" "We return to the club room," Rias answered. "I need to contact my brother regarding diplomatic channels to the Greek pantheon. Akino will research this summoning ritual to better understand its origins and purpose. Asia will help you prepare in case we secure a meeting." "Prepare how?" Percy asked. "The gods of this world have certain expectations regarding protocol and etiquette." Asia explained gently. "Approaching them incorrectly could be problematic." "Divine etiquette lessons," Percy said with a wry smile. "Sounds familiar, actually. Though I should warn you, my track record with godly manners isn't great. I once told Zeus his master bolt looked like a oversized lightning bug." Akino stifled a laugh while Rias looked mildly horrified. "Perhaps we should focus on the basics," she suggested diplomatically. As they walked back to the old school building, Percy found himself appreciating the strange allies he'd found in this unfamiliar world. Devils they might be, but their willingness to help reminded him of his friends at camp, different backgrounds united by shared challenges. Still, the attempted summoning left him uneasy. Whoever had tried to forcibly bring him to them hadn't asked politely, and the accusation of transgression suggested they viewed his very presence as a problem to be solved. If this world's Greek pantheon was anything like his own, that could mean anything from a stern lecture to divine punishment. Percy's hand drifted to his pocket, fingers brushing against riptide. He'd faced gods before, reasoned with some, fought others when necessary. Whatever awaited him in this dimension, he'd face it the same way he always had, head-on, with a healthy mix of respect, caution, and when required, defiance. After all, dealing with difficult immortals was practically family tradition. The club room had transformed by the time they arrived. What had been a comfortable Victorian parlor now resembled a tactical command center. Several magic circles glowed on the floor, projecting information into the air above them. Ancient-looking books floated open to specific pages while Kiba organized what appeared to be maps across a large table. "Word travels fast," Percy observed. "Graphia," Rias explained simply. "When I informed her of the summoning attempt, she expedited our research requests." "Impressive," Percy admitted, watching as Akino moved to one of the magic circles, her fingers tracing symbols that caused the projected information to shift and reorganize. Asia guided Percy to a relatively quiet Kuoh where several books had been stacked on a small table. "These contain information about the Greek pantheon of our world," she explained. "I thought they might help you understand how they differ from your own gods." Percy eyed the stack dubiously. Reading had never been his strong suit, especially with his dyslexia. "Any chance there's a highlight reel version?" Asia smiled sympathetically. Quote, "I can summarize the key points while you look through the illustrations." "Deal," Percy agreed gratefully. As Asia began explaining, Percy leafed through the books, focusing on the images of gods and legendary events. Many were familiar. Zeus with his thunderbolt, Poseidon with his trident, scenes of the Titanomachy, but subtle differences caught his attention. The gods appeared more distant, more abstract in these depictions, less humanized than in the accounts he knew. "The critical difference," Asia was saying, "is that after the Great War, the Greek pantheon signed the Divine Accord, a non-intervention agreement with the biblical factions. They retreated to their divine realm, maintaining only minimal presence in the human world through designated oracles and temples. So they basically went into divine isolation. Percy summarized. Precisely. Asia nodded. They don't interact with humans the way your gods apparently do. No demigod children, no quests, no direct manifestations except under very specific circumstances. Percy frowned, studying an illustration of Olympus that depicted it not as a physical place atop a mountain but as a separate dimensional plane. That explains why they're so worked up about me being here. I'm basically a walking violation of their isolation policy. And proof that alternate dimensions exist, Akino added, joining their conversation. So the pantheons have theorized but never confirmed. Great, Percy sighed. So I'm both a diplomatic incident and a scientific curiosity. It could be worse, Kiba commented from the map table. You could be seen as an invading force. Let's not give them ideas, Rias interjected, approaching with a serious expression. I've received word from my brother. He's arranged a formal audience with representatives of the Greek pantheon. Percy straightened. That was fast. The situation warranted expediency, Rias replied. The audience is scheduled for tonight, at the neutral territory of the Dimensional Gap Observatory. The what now? Percy asked. A facility constructed after the Great War to monitor dimensional stability, Akino explained. It's maintained by a coalition of factions, and considered neutral ground for diplomatic exchanges. Who exactly am I meeting? Percy asked, the practical question foremost in his mind. A delegation including representatives of Poseidon and Zeus, Rias answered. Not the gods themselves. They rarely leave their divine realm, but high-ranking divine servants empowered to speak on their behalf. Percy nodded, trying to imagine how different his versions of his father and uncle might be from the gods he knew. And what's the goal here? Beyond not getting blasted for interdimensional trespassing. Information exchange, Rias said firmly. We need to understand how you arrived in our world and whether the Greek pantheon has any knowledge of how you might return home. In return, they'll undoubtedly have questions about your dimension and its version of their pantheon. Diplomatic, not confrontational, Akino added. My research indicates the summoning circle was an old form of divine compulsion rarely used since the accord was signed. Its use suggests urgency rather than hostility. Unless they're urgently hostile, Percy pointed out. A fair concern, Rias acknowledged. Which is why we'll be accompanying you as representatives of House Grimori. My brother's authority provides certain protections, even when dealing with other pantheons. Percy appreciated the support but hesitated. I don't want to drag you into a divine conflict. In my experience, gods can hold grudges for centuries. You're under my protection while in Kuoh, Rias said with quiet determination. That extends to diplomatic encounters. Besides, House Grimori has maintained cordial relations with the Greek pantheon for generations. Our presence may help ease tensions. Percy recognized the resolution in her voice, the same tone Annabeth used when her mind was made up. Arguing would be pointless. All right, he conceded. When do we leave? After sunset, Rias replied. We'll travel via transportation circle directly to the observatory. Until then, we should prepare you for the encounter. The next few hours passed in a blur of preparation. Asia continued Percy's crash course in this world's divine protocols, explaining the formal greetings and responses expected when addressing divine representatives. Akino provided tactical information about the observatory's layout and security measures, while Kiba discreetly inquired whether Percy had combat experience beyond what they'd witnessed with the fallen angel. You could say that, Percy replied to the latter, giving a condensed version of his involvement in 2 divine wars and various quests. Kiba listened with growing interest, occasionally asking clarifying questions about specific fighting techniques or monsters. Your world sounds more militarized than ours, at least regarding demigods. He observed when Percy finished. Necessity, Percy explained. Without demigods, the gods would have fallen to the Titans' Ergia. Were their connection to humanity and their first line of defense. A symbiotic relationship, Kiba noted. Interesting. As evening approached, tension in the club room increased. Rias received regular updates through magic circles, her expression growing more focused with each communication. Akino prepared what appeared to be protective talismans, handing one to each club member. Just precautionary, she assured Percy when he raised an eyebrow at the glowing paper. "These allow emergency teleportation back to Kuoh if necessary." "You're expecting trouble?" he asked quietly. Akino's usual playful demeanor was subdued as she replied, "Not expecting, but prepared for." Divine representatives can be unpredictable. Percy tucked the talisman into his pocket alongside Riptide. "Tell me about it." As sunset painted the sky in crimson and gold, Rias gathered everyone in the center of the room. "It's time," she announced. "The transportation circle is ready." Percy looked around at the devils who had become his allies in this strange world, Rias with her confident leadership, Akino's tactical support, Kiba's martial readiness, Kaniko's quiet strength, and Asia's gentle guidance. Together, they reminded him of his friends at Camp Half-Blood. Different abilities united by common purpose. "Thank you," he said simply, "for everything you've done to help me." Rias smiled, a genuine warmth breaking through her diplomatic composure. "We made an agreement, Percy Jackson. Devils honor their contracts. Besides," Akino added with a sly smile, "interdimensional demigods make for interesting club members." A large magic circle appeared on the floor, glowing with crimson light that gradually shifted to a more neutral silver as it expanded to encompass them all. "Remember the protocols," Asia whispered to Percy as the light intensified. "Address them by title, not name. Bow but don't kneel. And whatever happens, don't insult anyone's symbol of power," Percy finished with a wry smile. "Got it." The transportation magic enveloped them in brilliant light, and Percy felt the now familiar sensation of reality shifting around him, not unlike the dimensional rift that had brought him to this world, though more controlled and directed. When the light faded, they stood in a vast circular chamber unlike anything Percy had seen before. The walls appeared to be made of transparent crystal, beyond which swirled colors and energies that defy description. Like looking into the cosmic void between universes. The floor beneath them was polished obsidian inscribed with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and move when viewed from different angles. At the center of the chamber stood a massive apparatus, a combination of ancient stone architecture and advanced technology, focused on what appeared to be a controlled tear in reality itself. A shimmering vertical rift contained within a complex framework of magical barriers. "The Dimensional Gap Observatory," Rias explained quietly. "The rift you see is a controlled observation window into the dimensional void between realms." Percy stared at the contained rift, wondering if it was similar to whatever had pulled him from his world. "Impressive," he murmured. "Indeed it is, Amelet." Ious voice agreed from across the chamber. Percy turned to see three figures approaching from the opposite entrance, two men and a woman, each radiating the unmistakable aura of divine power. Not gods themselves, but close enough that Percy's demigod senses tingled in recognition. The woman led the group, her flowing silver robes shimmering with subtle patterns that resembled flowing water. Her hair was dark as the deep ocean, adorned with pearls and coral ornaments. The trident symbol embroidered on her robes made her affiliation clear, a representative of Poseidon. To her right walked a man in storm gray attire, lightning patterns subtly woven into the fabric. His beard was neatly trimmed, his expression stern and assessing. Zeus's representative, without question. The third figure was more difficult to place. A younger man in simple white robes accented with gold, carrying what appeared to be a traveler's staff topped with two intertwined serpents. Hermes, Percy guessed, the messenger god's representative. Rias stepped forward, offering a formal bow that her peerage mirrored. Percy followed suit, though not as deeply. Asia had coached him that as a demigod, his obeisance should acknowledge divine authority without suggesting complete subservience. Representatives of Olympus, Rias greeted them formally. "I am Rias Grimori, heir to House Grimori, here by arrangement with Circex Lucifer to facilitate this audience." "Lady Grimori," the woman acknowledged with a regal nod. "I am Tethys, oracle of the depths and voice of Lord Poseidon in the mortal realm." "Astraeos, herald of storms, voice of Lord Zeus." The stern man introduced himself. "And I am Caduceus, divine messenger, facilitator of this exchange," the younger man completed, his voice surprisingly casual compared to his companions. Their gazes shifted to Percy, who straightened under their scrutiny. Following the protocols Asia had drilled into him, he offered his own introduction. "Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. Though not the Poseidon of this world." Tethys' eyes widened slightly at his confirmation, while Astraeus' expression darkened. Caduceus merely looked intrigued. "So it's true," Tethys said, approaching Percy with evident curiosity. "You bear his essence, his power, yet different. The sea recognizes you, but not as its own." "That's a good way of putting it," Percy agreed. "I'm from a parallel dimension where the Greek gods still regularly interact with the mortal world and have demigod children." "Impossible," Astraeus declared, though his tone suggested he believed it despite his objection. "The boundaries between dimensions are absolute. Even the gods cannot cross them. And yet, here he stands," Caduceus observed mildly. "Living proof that our cosmological understanding is incomplete. Or proof of interference by forces that should know better," Astraeus countered, his gaze shifting briefly to Rias and her group. "The House of Grimoire had nothing to do with my arrival," Percy stated firmly. "I was fighting at the edge of Tartarus in my world when something, or someone, created a dimensional rift that pulled me through." "Tartarus," Tethys repeated, a flicker of alarm crossing her features. "You speak of the pit with familiarity." "I've been there," Percy confirmed, the memories still raw enough to make his voice tighten. "My girlfriend and I survived it a few months ago." The three representatives exchanged significant glances at this revelation. "Perhaps we should move to the conference chamber for a more detailed discussion," Caduceus suggested, gesturing toward a doorway that hadn't been visible moments before. "This matter appears more complex than initially understood." Rias looked to Percy, who nodded. Together, the devils and demigod followed the div-in representatives through the doorway into a smaller, more intimate room designed for diplomatic discussions. A circular table occupied the center, surrounded by comfortable chairs. The walls here were solid, though they seemed to shimmer with protective enchantments. As they seated themselves, divine representatives on one side, devils and Percy on the other, Caduceus produced a golden sphere that he placed at the center of the table. "For transparency and record," he explained. "This orb will document our exchange for the Olympian archives." Percy had experienced enough godly artifacts to recognize a truth-compelling device when he saw one. The sphere would likely ensure honest discussion while recording everything for the absent gods to review later. "Let us begin with the fundamental question," Tethys said once they were settled. "How did a son of Poseidon from another dimension come to arrive in our world?" Percy recounted the events leading to his dimensional displacement, the battle at Tartarus Edge against a primordial entity, the sudden appearance of a rift in reality, and his involuntary journey through it. He described waking at Kuoh Academy and his subsequent encounters with the devils and fallen angels. Throughout his explanation, the divine representatives listened intently, occasionally exchanging glances or making subtle gestures Percy couldn't interpret. The golden sphere pulsed softly, apparently confirming the truth of his account. "This primordial entity you faced," Astraeus asked when Percy finished, "you called it ancient, older than the gods. Can you identify it more specifically?" Percy hesitated. "We weren't certain of its exact identity. It was releasing creatures from Tartarus, manipulating the boundaries between the pit and the mortal world. My girlfriend theorized it might be chaos itself, or something equally primordial." Tethys paled slightly at this, while Astraeus' expression hardened. "Such entities exist in our world as well," Caduceus explained, noting Percy's confusion at their reactions. "Though they have been dormant or contained since before recorded history. The possibility that one might be active in a parallel dimension is concerning. Concerning enough to kidnap me through dimensions?" Percy asked directly. "We did not bring you here," Tethys stated firmly. "The appearance of a dimensional rift aligns with no known divine action authorized by Olympus. Then why attempt to summon me today?" Percy countered. "The circle at Kuoh Academy used ancient Greek magic specifically targeting me." The representatives exchanged another meaningful glance before Caduceus responded. "That summoning was initiated by the Oracle of Delphi upon detecting your divine signature. It was meant as an invitation, not compulsion." "Some invitation," Percy muttered. "Our protocols for handling interdimensional anomalies are outdated," Caduceus admitted with a slight smile. The possibility had been considered so remote that the procedures hadn't been reviewed in millennia. "The important question remains," Rias interjected smoothly. "Does Olympus have any knowledge that might help return Percy to his own dimension?" Astraeus shifted uncomfortably. Dimensional travel falls outside even divine authority. The boundaries between realities are maintained by forces that predate the gods. But not unknown to them, Tethys added, her gaze fixed on Percy. There are ancient texts in the Atlantean archives that speak of pathways between worlds, though they've been sealed since the primordial era. Percy leaned forward. So there is a way back. Potentially, Tethys acknowledged. But accessing such knowledge would require direct divine authorization from Lord Poseidon himself. And my father, this world's Poseidon, is he aware of my existence? Percy asked. He is now, Caduceus confirmed, gesturing to the golden sphere. This communication is being observed by the Olympian Council even as we speak. The realization that the gods themselves were watching this exchange sent a ripple of tension through Percy. In his world, direct divine attention rarely led to positive outcomes. What do they want from me? He asked bluntly. The summoning circle called my presence a transgression. Am I considered a threat? Not a threat, Tethys assured him. An anomaly that requires understanding. Your mere existence, CE challenges fundamental assumptions about the cosmic order, and raises questions about whether other dimensions might breach into ours, Astraeus added more grimly. If you could cross over, even involuntarily, what else might follow? The implication was clear. Percy wasn't just himself but a potential harbinger of interdimensional instability. Nothing followed me through, he stated firmly. And I have no way to create such rifts myself. I'm just trying to get home. A desire we understand, Caduceus said diplomatically. However, the Council will need time to consider the implications and consult the ancient records. Until then, you remain an interdimensional visitor under observation. Under observation, Percy repeated, not liking the sound of that. What exactly does that mean? It means, Astraeus clarified, that while the Council deliberates, you are expected to remain within the territory of Kuoh under the supervision of House Grimory, with regular reports to Olympian observers. Percy glanced at Rheus, who nodded subtly. She had apparently anticipated this outcome. And if I find another way home in the meantime? Percy asked. You would be required to notify the Kuoh UNCIL before attempting any dimensional transition, Tethys answered. Unauthorized dimensional activity could destabilize the carefully maintained boundaries between realms. Percy considered these terms. They weren't unreasonable, especially since he had no immediate means of returning home anyway. The devils had already offered their protection, and the Greek representatives seemed more interested in studying his situation than punishing him for it. I can accept those conditions, he agreed. As long as I'm not prevented from defending myself if necessary or restricted from searching for a way home. Self-defense is permitted, as is research, Caduceus confirmed. However, any significant supernatural confrontations or discoveries should be reported promptly. Through me, Rheus added, establishing her role as intermediary. With the basic terms established, the conversation shifted to more detailed questions about Percy's world and its version of the Greek pantheon. The representatives were particularly interested in the concept of demigods as a regular part of divine operations and the continuing influence of the gods in mortal affairs. Your world's gods seem more engaged with humanity, Tethys observed after Percy described Camp Half-Blood and the role demigods played in defending Olympus. Not always by choice, Percy admitted. Ancient laws limit direct divine intervention in mortal affairs. That's why they need demigods, or their hands in the mortal world when they can't act directly. Efficient, Astraeus noted, a hint of approval in his voice despite his earlier suspicion. Our Pantheon's withdrawal from mortal affairs has consequences. The absence of divine influence creates vacuums that other powers are eager to fill. Like fallen angels hunting sacred gear users, Percy suggested. Connecting the dots. If the Greek gods withdrew completely, it left room for the biblical factions to become dominant. Precisely, Caduceus confirmed. The Div, in accord maintains peace between pantheons, but at the cost of reduced influence for those who once held greater sway in the mortal realm. As the discussion continued, Percy found himself warming slightly to these divine representatives. They were formal and cautious, but not hostile, and genuinely curious about his experiences. Tethys, in particular, seemed fascinated by his connection to her lord's alternate self. Asking detailed questions about Percy's water abilities and how they manifested. Your control seems more intuitive than ritualized, she observed after Percy explained how he'd fought the fallen angel. Our world's few remaining legacy bearers of divine power require strict ceremonial frameworks to channel even a fraction of such ability. Legacy bearers? Percy questioned. Descendants of the last demigods. Caduceus explained. After the Accord, direct divine offspring were no longer permitted, but those with distant divine ancestry occasionally manifest diluted abilities. The concept felt alien to Percy, a world where his kind had been phased out, replaced by increasingly distant legacies of divine power. It made his situation even more anomalous. He wasn't just a demigod in a world of monsters and mortals, but a demigod in a world where demigods had been deliberately removed from the cosmic equation. As their discussion approached its second hour, Caduceus glanced at an hourglass Percy hadn't noticed before, its sand flowing upward rather than down. Our allocated time grows short, the messenger announced. Before we conclude, is there anything specific you wish to convey to the Olympian Council, Percy Jackson? Percy considered the question carefully. This was his chance to speak directly to the gods observing through the golden sphere. Yes, he said finally. I understand your caution and your concerns about dimensional stability. I'm not here to disrupt your world or challenge your divine accord. I'm just trying to find my way home, to my friends, my family, and my own battles. If you have knowledge that could help me return, I ask that you share it, not out of obligation, but because it's the right thing to do. He paused, then added with a hint of his usual directness. And if this world's Poseidon is watching, I'd appreciate any help you can offer. In my world, you've saved my life more times than I can count. I hope your counterpart here shares that willingness to help when it matters most. The golden sphere pulsed brightly at his words, and Percy thought he detected a flicker of something like approval in Tethys' expression. Your message will be conveyed, Caduceus assured him, rising from his seat. Until the council reaches its decision, maintain the agreed-upon parameters. Lady Grimoire will serve as your official liaison for any communication with Olympus. As the meeting concluded and formal farewells were exchanged, Tethys approached Percy directly, speaking in a lower voice meant for him alone. Son of Poseidon, she said, her tone softer than during the official proceedings. While the council deliberates, you might find insight at the reflection pool in Kuoh's Central Park. When the moon is full, the waters there sometimes reveal what is hidden. Before Percy could ask for clarification, she had rejoined her companions, and the divine representatives were departing through their separate entrance, leaving Percy and the devils alone in the conference chamber. Well, Akino said once they were gone, that was more productive than I expected. No divine smiting. No immediate interdimensional imprisonment. They seemed genuinely concerned about getting to the bottom of this, Rias observed. And the conditions they imposed are reasonable, essentially what we were already doing. Percy nodded. Huff his mind was still processing Tethys' cryptic parting message. The reflection pool, when the moon is full. Pardon, Rias inquired. Something Tethys told me before they left, Percy explained. About a reflection pool in Kuoh's Central Park showing hidden things during the full moon. Rias looked intrigued. The park does have an ancient fountain at its center, predating most of the town. Local legends claim it has mystical properties, though I've never personally investigated it. When is the next full moon? Percy asked. Tomorrow night, Asia supplied. I noticed it on the calendar this morning. Percy filed away this information as Rias activated a transportation circle to return them to Kuoh Academy. Whatever Tethys had been hinting at, it seemed he would have the opportunity to investigate soon. As the crimson light of the transportation magic enveloped them, Percy reflected on how quickly his situation had evolved. In just 2 days, he'd gone from confused dimension traveler to officially recognized interdimensional anomaly under the joint supervision of devils and Greek divine representatives. Annabeth would never believe this, assuming he found a way to tell her about it someday. Hey, Kiba's voice pulled him from his thoughts as the transportation completed, returning them to the familiar surroundings of the club room. For someone who just negotiated WITH divine representatives from another pantheon, you handled yourself well. Practice, Percy replied with a tired smile. Though usually my divine negotiations involve more threats and property damage. Rias approached, her expression thoughtful. We should prepare for tomorrow night's full moon. If Tethys directed you to the reflection pool, it wasn't without purpose. I'll research the site's history, Akino volunteered. There may be records of its significance in the Devil archives. And I'll accompany Percy, Kiba added. Just in case any fallen angels or other interested parties decide to interfere. Percy nodded gratefully, once again struck by how these devils, technically strangers, had so readily incorporated him into their plans and protections. It reminded him of how quickly he'd bonded with his friends at camp. United by shared dangers and divine complications. As the group dispersed to their various tasks, Asia approached Percy with a gentle smile. Would you like me to walk with you to your apartment? You must be tired after everything today. Percy realized she was right. Mental exhaustion had crept up on him, the combined stress of school, supernatural politics, and divine negotiations taking its toll. Thanks, he accepted. I could use the company. As they left the old school building, the night sky above Kuoh town sparkled with stars, the same constellations Percy knew from home. Yet viewed from an entirely different reality. Somewhere across the dimensional void, his friends were undoubtedly searching for him, Annabeth leading the charge with determined intensity. Do you think the gods will help you get home? Asia asked as they walked. Percy considered the question seriously. They might, especially if they decide having me here poses more risks than sending me back. Gods are practical that way. They do what benefits cosmic stability, not necessarily what's kind. That sounds lonely, Asia observed. To view everything through the lens of cosmic calculations. It is, Percy agreed. That's why demigods exist in my world, I think. We remind the gods of their humanity, keep them connected to the mortal world they might otherwise forget. Asia nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps that's what this world's pantheons lost when they withdrew, their connection to humanity through their children. The insight struck Percy as surprisingly profound. He'd never considered that the gods might need demigods as much as demigods needed them, not just as agents, but as anchors to the human experience that kept divinity from becoming completely abstract and detached. You know, he said with a slight smile, for a former church member turned devil, you have some pretty insightful perspectives on divinity. Asia blushed slightly at the compliment. Quote, I've always believed that understanding comes from looking beyond surface differences to find common truths. When they reached Percy's apartment building, Asia bid him good night with a small bow. Rest well, Percy-san. Tomorrow may bring answers. Let's hope so, Percy replied. And Asia, thanks, for everything. As she departed with a wave, Percy made his way up to his apartment, his mind still processing the day's revelations. The divine representatives had confirmed what he'd suspected. His arrival was unprecedented, unexplained, and potentially connected to forces beyond even the gods' full understanding. But they hadn't dismissed the possibility of his return, and Tethys's hint about the reflection pool suggested there might be answers closer than he'd thought. Inside his apartment, Percy moved to the balcony. Gazing up at the waxing moon, nearly full, its light casting silver patterns across Kuoh town. Tomorrow night, under its complete illumination, he would visit the reflection pool and discover whatever message Tethys intended him to find. For now, though, he needed rest. Divine politics had always exhausted him, even in his own dimension. Some things, it seemed, remained constant across realities. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Divine intervention. Morning light filtered through Percy's apartment window, rousing him from dreams of underwater palaces and cosmic rifts. For a moment, disorientation gripped him. This wasn't his cabin at Camp Half-Blood or his room at his mother's apartment. Then reality reasserted itself. Parallel dimension, devil school, divine politics. Just another day in the life of Percy Jackson. He showered quickly, the water revitalizing him as it always did. One benefit of being Poseidon's son, even in another dimension, water still answered to him, still renewed his strength. Small comforts in a strange world. As he donned the Kuoh Academy uniform, Percy's thoughts turned to the night ahead. Full moon, reflection pool, whatever cryptic Sage Tethys had intended him to find would be revealed tonight. After years of dealing with prophecies and divine riddles, Percy had learned to approach such matters with equal parts determination and wariness. His phone, provided by Rias as part of his cover identity, chimed with a message from Kiba, meeting in club room before classes. News from Bushu. Percy grabbed Riptide, tucked it into his pocket, and headed out. The morning air was crisp, the streets beginning to fill with students making their way to school. He noticed more glances than yesterday, whispers following in his wake. Word about the mysterious transfer student had clearly spread. Jackson Kuhn. A female voice called from behind. Percy turned to see a girl with long brown hair approaching, two friends flanking her with excited expressions. He recognized them vaguely from his class but couldn't recall names. "Good morning," he offered politely. The girl blushed slightly. "I'm Murayama, from Class 2B. These are Kuoh and Ika. Nice to meet you," Percy said, continuing to walk as they fell into step beside him. "We're from the Kendo Club," Murayama explained. "We heard you were a champion swimmer in America." Percy maintained his cover story. "Something like that. The swim team could really use someone like you," Kuoh interjected. "They practice in the afternoons if you're interested." The mention of swimming stirred a pang of homesickness. Water had always been his refuge, his domain. "I'll think about it," he said noncommittally. "So," Ika said, her expression turning mischievous, "is it true you staying alone in that luxury apartment complex? The one owned by the Grimoire family?" Percy raised an eyebrow. The rumor mill was efficient. "News travels fast around here." "You have no idea," Ika replied with a knowing smirk. "Especially when it involves someone as interesting as you." The way she said, "interesting," carried implications Percy deliberately chose to ignore. "I should get going," he said, spotting the old school building ahead. "Club meeting. The Occult Research Club." Murayama's eyes widened. "You're already a member." "Provisional," Percy replied vaguely. "See you in class." He quickened his pace, leaving the girls behind. Their attention wasn't unwelcome exactly, but it complicated his already complex situation. Maintaining a low profile seemed increasingly unlikely at Kuoh Academy. The club room was already occupied when Percy arrived. Rias sat behind her desk, expression serious as she reviewed documents. Akano stood nearby, while Kiba and Kaneko occupied one of the couches. Asia entered just behind Percy, offering a gentle smile in greeting. "Good morning," Rias said, looking up from her papers. "I trust you rested well." "Well enough," Percy replied, taking a seat. "What's the news?" Rias set aside her documents. "Several developments. First, Akano has completed her research on the reflection pool." Akano stepped forward. "The fountain in Central Park predates Kuoh Town itself. According to historical records, it was originally a sacred spring dedicated to water deities across multiple pantheons, a rare site of cooperative worship before the Great War. That explains why Tethys directed you there," Rias added. "It's one of the few remaining locations where the Greek pantheon maintains a connection to the mortal world, however tenuous." Percy nodded, processing this information. "And the full moon significance?" "The boundary between realms thins during the full moon," Akano explained. "For water-aligned sacred sites, this effect is particularly pronounced. If someone wanted to communicate across divine domains without formal channels, such a time and place would be ideal." "Someone like Poseidon," Percy surmised. "Precisely," Rias confirmed. "Which brings me to our second development. I received word from my brother this morning. The Olympian Council has reached a preliminary decision regarding your situation." Percy straightened. "That was fast." "Divine deliberations operate differently than mortal timelines," Rias said. "They've authorized direct contact between you and this world's Poseidon to occur at the reflection pool tonight." The news sent a ripple of anticipation through Percy. Meeting this world's version of his father, what would that be like? Would he recognize anything of the god he knew in this parallel counterpart? "There's more," Rias continued, her expression growing more serious. "A faction within the council, led by Zeus, expressed reservations about this meeting. They advocate for more stringent containment measures, citing risks of dimensional instability." "Let me guess," Percy said dryly, "Zeus isn't thrilled about a powerful demigod from another dimension wandering around uncontrolled." "Your insight into divine politics seems applicable across dimensions," Rias observed with a slight smile. "Yes, that appears to be the concern. Some things never change," Percy muttered. His relationship with Zeus had always been complicated at best, openly antagonistic at worst. Apparently, interdimensional travel hadn't improved those dynamics. The situation necessitates caution, Akino advised. While Poseidon has approved the meeting, other elements of the pantheon may monitor it with less benevolent intent. Hence why we'll be accompanying you, Kiba added. Strategic positions around the park, maintaining a perimeter. Percy appreciated their support but hesitated. I don't want to put any of you at risk. Divine politics can get messy fast. We're already involved, Rias stated firmly. Besides, the territorial agreement between devil authorities and the Greek pantheon provides certain protections. As long as we remain within protocol, even Zeus must respect devil presence in Kuoh town. What about the fallen angels? Asia asked quietly. If they're hunting sacred gear users in the area, won't they notice unusual activity at the park? A valid concern, Rias acknowledged. Particularly given their interest in Percy after the last encounter. I've placed detection wards throughout the park, Akino said. We'll have advance warning of any fallen angel approach. Percy nodded, impressed by their thoroughness. These devils operated with a level of strategic planning that reminded him of Annabeth's meticulous approach to quests. There's one more thing, Rias said, her tone shifting slightly. Sona Citri has requested to speak with you, Percy. As student council president, she's concerned about your integration into school life and other matters. What other matters? Percy asked. Rias and Akino exchanged a glance that contained volumes of unspoken communication. Your presence has been noted among the student body, Akino explained diplomatically. Particularly among female students. I've noticed the attention, Percy admitted, thinking of his morning encounter. It's more than normal curiosity, Rias clarified. There appears to be an unusual level of interest directed toward you. Sona believes it may have supernatural implications. Supernatural implications, Percy repeated. What? Like some kind of divine attractiveness side effect? Something like that, Rias confirmed. Demigods in your world, do they typically attract heightened attention from mortals? Percy considered the question. Some do, especially children of Aphrodite. But it's not usually part of the standard demigod package. Perhaps the interdimensional nature of your presence has amplified certain aspects of your divine heritage, Akino suggested. Or perhaps, this world responds differently to demigod energy than your own. Great, Percy sighed. So I'm not just radiating demigod here. To every supernatural entity in town, I'm also apparently some kind of teenage girl magnet. That won't complicate things at all. Kaneko, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Already happening. Rumors. Fan club forming. Fan club. Percy blinked. You're kidding. Kaneko shook her head once. Definitive. I'm afraid she's quite serious, Kiba confirmed with a sympathetic smile. I've heard the whispers myself. The Prince of Tides, they're calling you. The Prince of... Percy stopped himself. Okay, that's just embarrassing. I find it rather fitting, Akino commented with amusement. It has a certain mythological charm. Percy shook his head, wonder. What Annabeth would make of this development. She'd probably laugh herself sick before pointing out the ironic parallels to ancient hero cults. So Sona wants to discuss my apparently supernatural popularity, Percy summarized. When? Lunch period, Rias answered. The student council room. I'd accompany you, but I have prior obligations. I'll manage, Percy assured her, though the prospect of facing the stern student council president alone wasn't particularly appealing. The morning bell rang in the distance, signaling the imminent start of classes. We should continue this discussion after school, Rias decided. Until then, maintain your cover identity and, she paused, a hint of amusement crossing her features, try to keep your divine charisma in check if possible. I'll do my best, Percy replied dryly. Though apparently I don't know how to turn it off. As they departed for their respective classes, Asia fell into step beside Percy. Are you nervous? She asked quietly. About meeting this world's Poseidon. Percy considered the question. Yes, he admitted. In my world, my relationship with my father is complicated. We respect each other, and he's saved my life more than once. But Olympian gods aren't exactly known for their warm parenting skills. And this Poseidon isn't even technically your father, Asia observed. Exactly, Percy nodded. He's a parallel version who's never had demigod children in this world. I have no idea how he'll react to meeting me. I'm sure it will go well, Asia offered encouragingly. The fact that he's agreed to the meeting at all seems positive. Or he's just curious about the interdimensional anomaly with his divine signature, Percy countered, then immediately regretted his pessimism when he saw Asia's expression fall. But you're right, it's a good sign that he's willing to meet at all. They reached the main school building, where they would separate for different classes. Asia hesitated, then said, I'll hope for the best tonight. For both of you. Thanks, Asia, Percy replied sincerely. I appreciate it. Classes passed in a blur of mundane subjects and not so mundane attention. Percy found himself the focus of intensified interest, female students watching his every move, male students regarding him with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Several times, he caught groups of GIRLs whispering while stealing glances in his direction. The Prince of Tides nickname had apparently spread faster than Greek fire. By lunch period, Percy was ready for a break from the attention. He made his way to the student council room as instructed, hoping Sona's stern formality might provide a respite from the increasingly uncomfortable spotlight. The student council room was orderly and pristine, its furnishings practical rather than ornate, a stark contrast to the Occult Research Club's Victorian aesthetic. Sona sat behind a desk covered in neatly organized documents, while Tsubaki stood at attention nearby. Jackson, Sona acknowledged as he entered. Thank you for coming. You wanted to see me, Percy replied, taking the seat she indicated. Yes, Sona adjusted her glasses with precision. Two matters require discussion. First, your academic integration. Maintaining your cover identity requires actual academic participation. Percy suppressed a groan. I was hoping interdimensional displacement might get me out of homework. The faintest hint of amusement flickered across Sona's otherwise serious expression. Unfortunately not. However, given your unique circumstances, certain accommodations can be arranged. She slid a folder across the desk. Modified assignments taking into account your background and learning differences. Percy blinked in surprise as he opened the folder. The materials inside had been adapted to accommodate dyslexia, larger font, specific formatting, alternative assessment options. How did you know? He asked, genuinely puzzled. Mentioned your difficulty with traditional reading materials, Sona explained. Research indicates demigods in various mythologies often possess similar cognitive patterns, strengths in spatial reasoning, battle strategy, and experiential learning, challenges with traditional text processing. That's surprisingly thoughtful, Percy admitted. Thanks. Sona nodded once, acknowledgement without sentiment. The second matter is more complex. Your presence has triggered unusual responses among the student population, particularly females. So I've heard, Percy said. Apparently I've got some ND of interdimensional divine charisma issue. Precisely, Sona confirmed. While initially I suspected simple teenage infatuation with a novel transfer student, the intensity and rapid spread suggest supernatural influence. Is it dangerous? Percy asked, suddenly concerned. The last thing he wanted was to inadvertently harm innocent students. Not harmful, Sona clarified, but potentially disruptive. The effect appears similar to what some high-tier devils experience with their natural charisma, only different in quality. More aligned with what historical records describe as hero worship, in the classical sense. Great, Percy muttered. So I'm basically radiating some kind of hero cult aura. An apt description, Sona agreed. The question becomes how to manage it while you remain at Kuoh Academy. I'm open to suggestions, Percy said. This isn't exactly covered in the Demigod Handbook. Sona reached into her desk drawer and produced a small silver pendant. This charm contains a modified suppression spell. It won't eliminate the effect entirely, but should reduce it to manageable levels. Percy accepted the pendant cautiously. It was simple in design, a circular metal lion inscribed with symbols he didn't recognize. No offense, but I'm generally wary of magical accessories from people I barely know. A reasonable precaution, Sona acknowledged without taking offense. The charm contains no tracking or compulsion elements. Its sole function is to dampen certain aspects of your divine aura that appear to trigger the excessive attraction response. Percy studied the pendant a moment longer before slipping it around his neck. Immediately, he felt a subtle shift, as if a persistent background hum he hadn't consciously registered had suddenly quieted. That's different, he commented, adjusting to the sensation. The effect should become less noticeable as you acclimate, Sona assured him. Tsubaki, please document the implementation. As Tsubaki made notes, Sona continued. Rias informed me of your planned meeting tonight. The student council will maintain standard patrols of school grounds during your absence to ensure no opportunistic entities take advantage of the situation. Thanks, Percy said, once again impressed by the devil's thoroughness. You and Rias seem to have a good working relationship despite representing different houses. Devil houses, Sona confirmed. The Citri and Grimori families have maintained an alliance for generations. Our approaches differ, but our goals align regarding Kuoh's protection. Percy nodded, understanding the dynamics better. Strategic cooperation rather than competition. Exactly. Something in Sona's expression shifted slightly, a momentary softening of her formal demeanor. One final matter, Jackson. While your situation remains unprecedented, do not hesitate to request assistance if needed. Interdimensional displacement is, I imagine it must be isolating. The unexpectedly empathetic observation caught Percy off guard. It is, he admitted. Though everyone's been surprisingly helpful, considering I literally dropped in unannounced. Devils value interesting anomalies, Sona replied, her formal tone returning. An interdimensional demigod certainly qualify. As Percy left the student council room, he fingered the silver pendant thoughtfully. The immediate change was subtle but noticeable. Female students still glanced his way with interest, but the intensity had diminished. No more whispered conversations abruptly halting when he passed, no more stares that bordered on uncomfortable adoration. The afternoon classes proceeded with blissfully reduced attention, allowing Percy to actually focus on academics, though ancient Japanese history held limited appeal to the looming meeting with this world's Poseidon. After classes ended, Percy returned to the Occult Research Club, where preparations for the evening's encounter were well underway. Akino and Rias huddled over maps of the park, marking positions and discussing contingencies. Kiba maintained his sword, the blade gleaming in the afternoon light streaming through the windows. Kaneko methodically worked through what appeared to be combat stretches, while Asia prepared what looked like healing supplies. Ah, Percy, Rias greeted him. I see Sona provided the suppression charm. Percy touched the pendant. You knew about this. We discussed potential solutions, Rias confirmed. The charm was her idea, subtle but effective. It seems to be working, Percy acknowledged. Though I still don't understand why it's happening in the first place. My theory, Akino offered, looking up from the maps, is that your status as both divine legacy and dimensional anomaly creates a unique energy sign. A term that resonates with human perception. In essence, you're broadcasting on a frequency that triggers heightened attraction responses. Particularly in those already sensitive to supernatural energies, Rias added. Kuoh Academy has an unusually high concentration of students with latent spiritual awareness, making the effect more pronounced here. Lucky me, Percy commented dryly. So what's the plan for tonight? Rias gestured to the map spread across the table. The reflection pool is located in the central plaza of Kuoh Park. We'll establish a perimeter here, and here, she indicated 3 points surrounding the central area. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko will maintain these positions, monitoring for any unexpected approaches. I'll remain with Percy as the formal representative of House Grimori, Rias continued. Asia will stay at this secondary position with emergency supplies in case healing is required. Percy studied the map, recognizing the strategic positioning. You're expecting trouble. Preparing for contingencies, Rias corrected. Divine encounters rarely proceed without complications, especially when multiple pantheons have interests at stake. The fallen angels have been quiet since your confrontation, Akino noted, which itself is concerning. If they've reported your presence to their leadership, they may be gathering information or preparing a more coordinated approach. And then there's Zeus's faction, Percy added, remembering Rias's earlier warning. Not thrilled about my interdimensional field trip. Precisely, Rias nodded. While this meeting has official sanction, unofficial observation from various factions is likely. As evening approached, tension in the club room steadily increased. Percy found himself pacing, nervous energy building as the appointed hour drew near. Meeting his father, even a parallel version, always came with complicated emotions. Percy, Asia's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Would you like some tea? It might help calm your nerves. He accepted gratefully, the warm cup providing something to focus on besides his mounting anxiety. Thanks, Asia. Are you worried about the meeting? She asked, taking a seat nearby. Yes, Percy admitted. In my world, interactions with the gods are unpredictable at best. And this isn't even technically my father, just a parallel version who's never had demigo. Children and might see me as nothing but an interdimensional problem. Asia considered this. When I first came to Japan, everything was strange and unfamiliar. But I found that beneath the surface differences, people share common hopes and concerns. She smiled gently. Perhaps gods are similar, even across dimensions. Percy found her perspective oddly comforting. I hope you're right. As twilight faded into evening, Rias gathered the group for final preparations. The full moon rises in 1 hour. We should move into position now, before the park closes to ordinary visitors. They depart. The old school building in casual clothes rather than school uniforms, looking like normal teenagers out for an evening stroll, if one ignored the magical talismans, concealed weapons, and in Percy's case, a sword disguised as a pen. Kuoh Park was surprisingly beautiful at night, illuminated by tasteful lighting along its winding paths. The central plaza featured a large circular fountain, the reflection pool, its waters still and mirror-like under the emerging moonlight. Stone benches surrounded the pool, and ornamental cherry trees created natural privacy screens around the perimeter. It's more peaceful than I expected, Percy commented as they approached. The park was designed with certain harmonizing elements, Rias explained. Devil architects incorporated subtle feng shui principles to create a space conducive to balanced spiritual energies. Devil feng shui, Percy repeated. That's a new one. As they reached the central plaza, the team dispersed to their assigned positions with practiced efficiency. Heba moved to the northern perimeter, Kaneko to the east, Akano to the west. Asia retreated to her secondary position with a supportive smile for Percy, leaving him alone with Rias near the reflection pool. The moon will reach its zenith in approximately 20 minutes, Rias informed him quietly. I'll remain close enough to observe but distant enough to allow private conversation when Poseidon appears. Percy nodded, his attention drawn to the pool. Its surface was unnaturally still, reflecting the night sky with perfect clarity, stars and the rising moon captured eye. And water as if viewed through a window to the heavens. It's responding to your presence, Rias observed. The waters recognize their master's sun, even across dimensional boundaries. Percy approached the pool's edge, crouching to study its surface more closely. As his reflection appeared in the water, he noticed subtle changes. The liquid seemed to become more vibrant, tiny luminescent patterns swirling beneath the surface like miniature constellations. I'll give you some space, Rias said, retreating to a nearby bench. Remember, we're monitoring the perimeter. Signal if you need assistance. Left alone by the pool's edge, Percy felt the familiar tug of water calling to him. This was no ordinary fountain. The liquid within held power, ancient and deliberate. On impulse, he reached out, his fingertips just brushing the surface. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The entire pool illuminated from within, azure light rippling outward from his touch. The water remained perfectly still despite the disturbance. The reflection of the moon and stars unbroken but now shimmering with supernatural energy. A voice spoke from the depths, resonant, powerful, and achingly familiar despite its subtle differences from the god Percy knew. So, you are the one who carries my essence from beyond the veil. The water swirled, coalescing into a face composed of liquid light, bearded, regal, with eyes that held the depths of oceans. Not physically present, but a projection, a divine communication across realms. Lord Poseidon, Percy acknowledged, maintaining the formal address Asia had drilled into him. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. The watery visage studied him with ancient eyes. Curious, you bear my power, my blood, yet you are not of this world. A son I never had, from a reality where the accord was never forged. That's a surprisingly accurate summary, Percy admitted. A sound like distant waves breaking against cliffs might have been the god's laughter. Did you expect confusion? Gods exist partially outside conventional reality, Percy Jackson. The concept of parallel dimensions is not foreign to us, merely rare in manifestation. Percy felt an unexpected wave of relief at the god's matter-of-fact acceptance. Then you understand I didn't choose to come here. Something pulled me through a dimensional rift during a battle. Yes, Poseidon's watery image shifted, ripples of concentration moving across his features. The council has reviewed your account. Such rifts do not form naturally. Something, or someone, engineered your displacement. Do you know what, or who? Percy asked, leaning forward eagerly. Not with certainty, the god acknowledged. But I have suspicions. The timing of your arrival coincides with disturbing movements in the deepest currents. Stirrings in abysses long dormant. Percy frowned. What kind of stirrings? Ancient entities older than gods are titans, Poseidon replied, his watery expression growing grave. Beings that should remain forgotten. From before the ordering of realities. The description sent a chill through Percy, reminding him uncomfortably of the primordial entity he'd been fighting before his displacement. In my world, we've dealt with awakening primordials before. Gaia, Kronos. In this world, such entities were bound more thoroughly after the Great War, Poseidon explained. Multiple pantheons combining their power to ensure cosmic stability. But recent disturbances suggest those bindings may be weakening in specific locations. And you think that's connected to how I got here? Percy pressed. The dimensional rift that brought you here required power beyond any single faction, Poseidon confirmed. Only primordial forces possess such capability. Percy processed this information, connecting it to what he already knew. The fallen angel mentioned someone named Kuoh being active in this area. Could he be involved? The water churned briefly with what seemed like divine distaste. Kuoh is ambitious and ruthless. But a mere instrument, not an architect. If he is involved, he serves another's design, knowingly or otherwise. So basically, something ancient and primordial might be waking up. Potentially used dimensional energy to yank me into this world, and might be manipulating fallen angels as part of some larger plan, Percy summarized. Tuesday must be Interdimensional Cosmic Horror Day. Again, that sound like distant waves breaking, Poseidon's laughter. You speak to gods with remarkable directness. My counterpart in your world must find you refreshing. That's one word for it. Percy replied with a wry smile. We have an understanding, usually involving respectful distance and occasional world-saving cooperation. The watery visage studied him with renewed interest. Tell me of your world's Poseidon. Does he maintain the ancient domains? The seas, earthquakes, horses. Yes to all three, Percy confirmed. Though he spends most of his time underwater in his palace. Atlantis is his primary domain. Atlantis, the god repeated, a note of something like wistfulness in his voice. Here, that realm was sacrificed during the Great War, collapsed. To create a dimensional barrier preventing further escalation between pantheons. Percy hadn't considered how the differences between worlds might affect the gods themselves, what realms or powers they might have lost in this reality's divergent history. The Olympian retreat cost us much, Poseidon continued, seemingly reading Percy's thoughts. Influence, worship, connection to the mortal realm. But it preserved cosmic balance when destruction threatened all realities. And demigods? Percy asked the question that had been lingering since his arrival. Why no demigod children in this world? The water darkened momentarily. The divine accord prohibited direct divine offspring. Too powerful, too unpredictable in a world already fractured by supernatural conflict. Those existing before the accord were gradually phased out. Something in the god's tone suggested this hadn't been entirely peaceful. Percy decided not to press for details. So I'm basically a walking violation of your divine treaty, he observed instead. Indeed, Poseidon acknowledged, which explains Zeus's concern regarding your presence. My brother always was reactive to perceived threats to established order. That tracks across dimensions, Percy commented dryly. However, the god continued, your inadvertent arrival may serve greater purpose than yet realized. The timing cannot be coincidence, a demigod warrior experienced in battling primordial entities, arriving precisely as ancient bindings show signs of weakening. Percy had experienced enough prophecies and divine machinations to recognize the implication. You think I was brought here for a reason? To help fight whatever's waking up. It seems a reasonable hypothesis, Poseidon confirmed. Though not one Zeus readily accepts. And what about getting home? Percy asked, focusing on his primary concern. Is there a way back to my dimension? The watery image shifted, currents of thought visibly moving through the divine projection. Quote, dimensional boundaries are not easily traversed, even by gods. However, if something brought you here, theoretical return should be possible. Theoretical doesn't sound very promising, Percy noted. The ancient archives in Atlantis contained knowledge of dimensional pathways, Poseidon continued. Though lost with the realm's collapse, echoes remain in certain artifacts preserved from that era. Hope stirred in Percy's chest. What kind of artifacts? The Trident of Crossing, Poseidon replied. A lesser weapon of my arsenal, designed to part not just waters but the veils between realms. It was entrusted to the mortal world for safekeeping before Atlantis fell. And where is it now? Percy asked eagerly. The water rippled with what might have been divine uncertainty. Its last known low, cation was a temple complex in what mortals now call Greece. However, it has not been seen or sensed for centuries. But it could help me get home, Percy pressed. Potentially, Poseidon confirmed. Its power, combined with your intrinsic connection to me across dimensions, might establish a pathway back to your reality. Percy absorbed this information, hope and determination crystallizing into purpose. A concrete objective, find the trident, potentially open a way home. There is another matter we must discuss, Poseidon said, his watery expression growing more serious. Your powers in this world. Percy frowned. What about them? They seem to work the same as back home. For now, the god acknowledged. But this reality has different fundamental principles governing divine energy. Without regular connection to your original dimension, your abilities may begin to evolve. Evolve how? Percy asked warily. Unpredictably, Poseidon admitted. Your core water affinity should remain stable. But secondary aspects, earthquake generation, storm manipulation, may intensify or diminish according to this world's divine currents. Great, Percy thought. Unpredictable power fluctuations in an unfamiliar dimension. Just what he needed. Is there any way to stabilize them? He asked. The water shifted, forming complex patterns as the god considered. There is a ritual, an anchoring serum, only once used by legacy bearers to stabilize inherited divine power. It requires preparation, specific conditions. A disturbance rippled across the pool's surface, interrupting Poseidon's explanation. The god's expression changed, alert and concerned. We are observed, he stated, voice sharp with sudden authority. Percy tensed, hand moving to his pocket where Riptide waited. Zeus. No, Poseidon replied grimly. Something else. Something that should not be able to perceive this communication. At the perimeter of the plaza, Percy saw Rias rise from her bench, suddenly alert. Through the trees, he caught glimpses of movement as Kiba and Kaneko shifted positions in response to some unseen signal. Percy Jackson, Poseidon's voice had taken on new urgency. Our time grows short. Seek the Trident of Crossing. Begin your search with the temple archives beneath this city, a repository of knowledge established before the Accord. Where exactly? Percy began, but the water was already churning. The god's image beginning to fragment. Beneath the old shrine at the city's edge, Poseidon instructed rapidly. The entrance reveals itself to sea-born power. But beware, if you can sense the archives, others may sense you. The water surged upward momentarily. One final warning. Trust your instincts about the fallen angels. Their recent activities suggest manipulation by greater powers. With those cryptic final words, the divine presence withdrew. The illumination faded from the pool, leaving only ordinary water reflecting the full moon above. Percy barely had time to process the abrupt ending before Rias appeared at his side. Something's approaching, she said quietly, her expression tense. Multiple signatures, converging on our position. Fallen angels? Percy asked, rising to his feet. Yes, but different. Rias replied, scanning the surrounding trees. More powerful than those we've encountered previously. Kiba materialized from the shadows, hand on his sword hilt. 6 distinct auras, surrounding the plaza, coordinated approach pattern. They waited until Poseidon withdrew, Percy realized. They were watching the whole time. Precisely, a new voice agreed from above. Percy looked up to see a figure hovering in the moonlight, a man with multiple pairs of jet-black wings, dressed in elaborate robes that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. His face might have been handsome if not for the cruel smile that twisted his features. Kokabile, Rias identified him, her voice cold with recognition. Lady Grimoire, the fallen angel acknowledged with mocking courtesy. And the dimensional anomaly everyone's been so curious about. His gaze fixed on Percy with predatory interest. A demigod from another reality. How fascinating. Percy uncapped Riptide, the celestial bronze blade expanding to its full length and glowing softly in the moonlight. I'm guessing you're not here for friendly introductions. Kokabile laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Oh, but I am. I've been most eager to meet the son of Poseidon who crossed dimensions. Such a unique specimen deserves careful study. Not going to happen, Percy replied flatly, moving into a defensive stance. Your confidence is amusing, Kokabile remarked, gesturing casually. At his signal, 5 more fallen angels appeared at the perimeter of the plaza, each wielding light spears and watching with calculated hostility. But ultimately irrelevant. You're coming with us, demigod. Lord Kokabile has questions that require answers. Lord Kokabile refers to himself in the third person. Percy asked, deliberately provocative. That's not concerning at all. Kokabile's expression darkened. Impertinent, just like the reports suggested. Breaking that spirit will be entertaining. This is devil territory, Rias interjected. Stepping forward with authority, sanctioned by formal agreements between factions. Your presence here without prior notification violates those accords. Accords? Kokabile repeated dismissively. Ancient paperwork growing increasingly irrelevant. The old order changes, Lady Grimoire. New powers rise. Old boundaries, he smiled coldly, become negotiable. Percy sensed the fallen angel leader was enjoying this confrontation a little too much, playing with them before making his real move. Stalling tactics, which meant they needed something. You're after more than just me. Percy deduced aloud. You wanted to confirm the communication with Poseidon. You're collecting information. Something flickered in Kokabile's expression, surprise quickly masked by renewed arrogance. Perceptive for a half-breed. Yes, divine communications are of interest, particularly when they involve interdimensional matters. For yourself, or for whoever you're really working for. Percy pressed, remembering Poseidon's warning about fallen angels being manipulated. The taunt struck home. Rage flashed across Kokabile's face before he controlled it. You understand nothing of our designs, demigod. The Grigori leadership pursues its own agenda, independent of all other factions. Yet here you are, personally investigating a dimensional anomaly, Rias observed coolly. Rather unusual involvement for a Cadre-class fallen angel in what should be a minor incident. Kokabile's patience visibly thinned. Enough conversation. Seize the demigod. Kill the devils if they interfere. The fallen angels tensed, light spears brightening as they prepared to attack. Percy felt the familiar pre-battle clarity descending, time seeming to slow as his combat instincts engaged. He was aware of Rias beside him. Crimson energy gathering around her hands, of Kiba moving into position on his right, sword drawn and gleaming. Percy reached out with his senses, feeling the reflection pool behind him. Water. His element. His advantage in any battle. With a sharp gesture, he called to it, and the pool responded instantly, water surging upward in a massive wave that hung suspended for a crucial moment. Now, Percy shouted, and the wave crashed forward on his command, sweeping toward 3 of the fallen angels who had been moving to flank them. Simultaneously, Rias unleashed a blast of crimson destruction energy toward Kokabile, forcing the fallen angel leader to dodge rather than press his attack. Kiba vanished in a burst of speed, reappearing behind one of the remaining fallen angels and engaging with a flurry of sword strikes too rapid for ordinary eyes to follow. From the eastern perimeter, Kaneko emerged, launching herself with surprising power at another fallen angel. Her small fist connecting with devastating force that sent the winged figure crashing through a tree trunk. The battle erupted in earnest, light spears hurling through the air, countered by Percy's water shields and Rias's energy barriers. Akeno appeared above the plaza, lightning crackling between her fingers before discharging in brilliant arcs toward the fallen angels trying to gain aerial advantage. Percy fought with the practiced efficiency of a veteran demigod, riptide a blur of celestial bronze as he engaged the nearest fallen angel. His opponent's light spear clashed against the ancient blade, surprise registering on his face when the supposedly divine weapon failed to shatter the sword. Impossible, the fallen angel hissed. No mortal weapon should withstand holy light. Not from around here, Percy replied, using the momentary confusion to press his advantage. He feinted left, then spun right, riptide slicing through the fallen angel's defenses to draw a line of golden ichor across his chest. The wounded fallen angel retreated with a shriek of pain and outrage, his companions looking equally disturbed by Percy's ability to harm them directly. Celestial bronze, forged to harm immortals and monsters, apparently worked just as effectively against fallen angels as it did against mythological creatures in Percy's world. Kuoh observed this development with calculating interest from above. Most enlightening, he commented, even as he casually deflected another energy blast from Rias. The interdimensional weapon can harm our kind directly. Another valuable piece of information. Percy realized with growing unease that even in combat, Kuoh was studying him, cataloging his abilities and weaknesses. This wasn't just an attempt to capture him, it was also reconnaissance. Stop analyzing and start fighting, Percy challenged, drawing more water from the pool and shaping it into harpoon-like projectiles that he launched toward the hovering leader. Unless were afraid to face a half-breed directly. The taunt struck its target. Kuoh's expression darkened as he descended slightly, manifesting a massive light spear that crackled with dark energy. Your arrogance exceeds your wisdom. Son of Poseidon, he hurled the spear with devastating force. Percy tried to raise a water shield, but the weapon moved with supernatural speed, its trajectory suddenly altering mid-flight to curve around his defenses. Percy barely managed to twist aside, the spear grazing his shoulder rather than impaling his chest. Even that glancing contact sent white-hot searing through him. Not just physical damage but something deeper, an attack on his very essence. Percy, Rias called out in alarm, immediately redirecting her energy to form a protective barrier around him as he stumbled. I'm fine, Percy grunted, though the wound burned like acid. He straightened, ignoring the pain through sheer determination. That the best you've got? Kuoh smiled thinly. Merely an opening demonstration. My light contains power specifically attuned to divine essence. Quite effective against demigods, I imagine. The fallen angel began forming another, larger spear, darkness swirling within its core. Percy braced himself, uncertain if he could dodge a second attack of that magnitude. Before Kuoh could launch his weapon, a thunderous crack split the air, followed by a blinding flash of light that momentarily illuminated the entire park. When Percy's vision cleared, a new figure stood at the edge of the plaza, a woman in gleaming silver armor, a bow of light in her hands and cold fury in her eyes. Artemis, Rias breathed in recognition. Not Artemis herself, Percy realized, but her divine representative, similar to how Tethys represented Poseidon. He silver-armored woman radiated moonlight and lethal purpose in equal measure. Kuoh, she addressed the fallen angel, her voice carrying the authority of her goddess. You violate the boundaries of permitted observation. The Olympian Council did not authorize combat intervention. Kuoh's expression betrayed momentary uncertainty before his arrogance reasserted itself. The Council's authority applies to its own agents. Huntress. The Grigori operate independently. Not when interdimensional matters are concerned, the Huntress countered coldly. The divine accord is explicit. All fact. Ions must respect Olympian jurisdiction in cases involving dimensional stability. She knocked a silver arrow to her moonlight bow, the projectile humming with divine energy. Withdraw now, or face consequences beyond your cadre status to endure. Percy watched the standoff with tense anticipation, acutely aware that he was witnessing power politics between supernatural factions. Kuoh clearly tranked the fallen angels he'd brought with him, but the Huntress represented Olympian authority backed by divine power tied directly to the full moon overhead. For several heartbeats, Kuoh hovered motionless, calculation evident in his expression. Finally, he smiled, a cold, knowing expression that suggested this confrontation had already served his purpose. Very well, he conceded with mocking graciousness. We withdraw, for now. His gaze shifted to Percy. But our interest in the interdimensional demigod remains. This encounter has been most informative. With a gesture to his subordinates, Kuoh ascended higher into the night sky. The wounded fallen angels followed, several casting venomous glares toward Percy as they retreated. This isn't over, son of Poseidon, Kuoh called down. The game has merely begun. Consider what allegiances will best serve your survival in the coming days. With those ominous parting words, the fallen angels vanished into the darkness, leaving an uneasy silence in their wake. The huntress lowered her bow but didn't dismiss it, her vigilant gaze scanning the sky before turning to Percy. Son of Poseidon, she acknowledged with cool formality. The council suspected Kuoh might attempt interference. His interest in your arrival has not gone unnoticed. Thanks for the save, Percy replied, wincing slightly as the pain in his shoulder intensified now that adrenaline was fading. Though a heads up about potential fallen angel ambushes would have been nice. A hint of something like amusement flickered across the huntress's severe features. Direct and undiplomatic. You remind me of stories from before the Accord, when heroes still walked openly among mortals. I get that a lot, Percy replied, allowing Rias to examine High's wound as Asia rushed forward from her position, healing magic already glowing between her fingers. Poison, Asia identified immediately, her gentle hands hovering over the injury. Not physical, but spiritual, designed to corrupt divine energy. The huntress approached, studying the wound with narrowed eyes. Kuoh's specialty, weapons that taint rather than merely destroy. Hold still. She placed her palm over Percy's shoulder, silver light emanating from her touch. The burning sensation immediately diminished, though a dull ache remained. I have neutralized the corruption, she informed him. Your healer can manage the physical damage. Asia nodded gratefully, applying her twilight healing to the wound. The familiar warm glow of her sacred gear spread through Percy's shoulder, knitting flesh and easing pain. The council will want a full report of this encounter, the huntress continued, addressing Rias now. Kuoh's involvement elevates concerns regarding potential faction conflicts. Of course, Rias agreed formally. House Grimoire will provide complete details through established channels. The huntress returned her attention to Percy. Did Poseidon complete his communication before the interruption? Mostly, Percy confirmed, testing his newly healed shoulder. He mentioned the trident of crossing as a potential way for me to return home. Something like recognition flashed in the huntress's eyes. The trident, it has not been spoken of for centuries. But you know of it, Percy pressed, sensing an opportunity for additional information. By reputation only, she clarified. Artifacts from before the Accord are rarely discussed, even among divine representatives. She hesitated, then added, if Lord Poseidon directed you to seek it, then the situation is graver than initially assessed. Graver how? Rias inquired. The huntress's expression grew more distant, official. That is not for me to elaborate upon. The council will determine what in format. Ion may be shared regarding historical artifacts and their significance. Classic divine stonewalling, Percy thought with familiar frustration. Some things really were consistent across dimensions. Poseidon also mentioned temple archives beneath the city, he said, watching the huntress closely for any reaction. At the old shrine. This time, surprise registered clearly before the divine representative controlled her expression. He revealed the existence of the archives. Interesting. That information is restricted even among Olympian representatives. So they do exist, Percy confirmed, seizing on her inadvertent acknowledgement. The huntress regarded him with renewed assessment. You are either exceptionally fortunate in Poseidon's favor or central to events unfolding beyond your awareness. She adjusted her silver armor. Decision apparently made. I will accompany you back to Devil territory. Kuoh may have withdrawn temporarily, but his agents likely remain nearby. We appreciate the escort, Rias said diplomatically, though Percy detected a hint of wariness in her tone. Divine representatives, even ostensibly helpful ones, came with their own agendas. As they gathered to depart, Percy took a final look at the reflection pool, now returned to ordinary appearance, just water reflecting moonlight, no trace remaining of the divine communication that had occurred. Yet the information Poseidon had provided shifted everything. A potential way home through the trident of crossing, mysterious temple archives beneath the city, and warnings about primordial forces manipulating events from the shadows. One encounter had transformed his situation from dimensional stranding to active quest, territory far more familiar to a demigod accustomed to world-threatening crises and divine missions. The only question was whether this quest would lead him home or deeper into the cosmic complications of this unfamiliar dimension. The huntress led their group through the park with silent efficiency, taking paths Percy hadn't noticed before that somehow shortened distances between landmarks. Her silver armor gleamed softly in the moonlight, making her an obvious target yet somehow difficult to focus on directly. Divine camouflage of some kind, Percy guessed. So, he ventured as they walked, "You're Artemis's representative. Like Tethys is for Poseidon." "I am Callisto, first huntress," she replied without looking back. "I speak with Lady Artemis's authority in matters concerning the mortal realm." "Callisto," Percy repeated, the name stirring mythological memories. "In my world's mythology, Callisto was a huntress who was transformed into a constellation," she completed, glancing back with a hint of surprise. "The stories remain consistent across dimensions, it seems." "Some do," Percy agreed. "Though the gods themselves seem pretty different between our worlds. Necessity shapes divinity as much as essence," Callisto observed cryptically. "Your world's pantheon evolved under different pressures than ours." Before Percy could pursue this interesting philosophical angle, Callisto stopped abruptly, raising one hand in a signal for silence. The devils immediately tensed, alert for threat. "We're being followed," she stated quietly, silver eyes scanning the darkness between trees. Percy concentrated, extending his senses. He felt nothing unusual, but trust. The divine representative's perception. "Fallen angels again." "No," Callisto replied, her hand moving to her bow. "Something else. Something that conceals its nature." Rias closed her eyes briefly, her own supernatural senses reaching out. "I feel it now," she confirmed. "At the edge of perception. It's observing." Callisto knocked an arrow, the silver projectile materializing from moonlight. "Show yourself," she commanded, her voice carrying divine authority. "By the light of Artemis, I compel you." For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft chuckle emerged from the shadows, followed by a figure that seemed to coalesce from darkness itself. A tall, slender man in an impeccable black suit, his features handsome in an ageless way that immediately triggered Percy's not human instincts. "Compelling," the stranger remarked, his voice cultured and faintly amused. "But unnecessary. I merely wished to observe the interdimensional visitor without Kokobil's crude interference." Callisto's bow remained aimed at the newcomer's chest. "Identify yourself and your faction." The man smiled, revealing teeth just slightly too perfect to be natural. "I represent interested parties who prefer discretion to declarations. Let's say I'm a collector of information regarding unusual occurrences." "A spy," Percy translated bluntly. "So American in your directness," the man replied with a thin smile. "I prefer independent observer, particularly when the observation concerns a demigod from another dimension, one who apparently converses with Poseidon and battles Kokobil within 24 hours of arrival." "You've observed enough," Callisto stated coldly. "This individual is under Olympian protection." "Is he?" the man questioned, raising an elegant eyebrow. The council seemed rather divided on that point. "From what my sources indicate, Zeus, in particular, has expressed reservations." The casual reference to internal Olympian politics clearly disturbed Callisto, though she maintained her composed exterior. "Council deliberations are not for public discussion." "Of course," the man conceded with false graciousness. "My apologies for the indiscretion." His gaze shifted to Percy, studying him with unsettling intensity. "I merely wished to verify certain details personally. Dimensional travelers are exceedingly rare, and those with divine heritage, unprecedented." Percy met the stranger's assessing gaze directly. "Glad I could satisfy your curiosity. Now, if you don't mind, we're kind of in the middle of something." "Indeed you are," the man agreed, his smile never reaching his eyes. "Something far more significant than you yet realize." He straightened his already immaculate suit jacket. "I'll take my leave, but a word of advice, Percy Jackson. In this world, ancient alignments are shifting. Traditional alliances may not offer the protection you expect." With that cryptic warning, the man stepped backward into shadow and simply vanished, not teleporting in a Flash of light or through a magic circle, but seemingly merging with darkness itself. Okay, that was creepy, Percy commented into the ensuing silence. Who or what was that guy? Callisto lowered her bow slowly, her expression troubled. Uncertain. He masked his supernatural signature expertly. Not devil, angel, or fallen, Rias noted with professional assessment. Nor yokai or standard mythological entity. His aura was deliberately obscured. Another faction, Heba suggested. Possibly, Callisto acknowledged, though his knowledge of Olympian internal politics is concerning. Such information is closely guarded. He mentioned sources, Akino pointed out. Perhaps he has informants within the divine hierarchy. A troubling prospect, Callisto said grimly. I must report this encounter immediately. The security implications are significant. They resumed their journey with heightened vigilance, the encounter with the mysterious observer adding another layer of complication to an already complex situation. Percy found himself mentally cataloging the growing list of factions seemingly interested in his interdimensional presence. Devils currently allies, fallen angels definitely hostile. Greek pantheon complicated and now unknown observers with concerning levels of inside information. When they reached the edge of devil territory, marked by subtle boundary wards Percy was learning to recognize, Callisto paused. I leave you here, she announced. Devil domains fall outside my authority to enter without formal invitation. Thank you for your assistance, Rias said with diplomatic courtesy. Callisto nodded acknowledgement before turning to Percy. Son of Poseidon, a final word of counsel. The temple archives Poseidon mentioned contain knowledge forbidden under the Accord. Seeking them places you in a precarious position relative to various factions' interests. But they might help me get home, Percy replied simply. Something like understanding flickered in the huntress's silver eyes. Indeed, just be aware that knowledge is rarely neutral in this world. Those who possess it become targets for those who desire it. She hesitated, then added more quietly, if you do locate the archives. Seek the section on primordial bindings. Recent disturbances suggest that information may prove relevant to both your arrival and potential departure. With that final piece of advice, Callisto stepped back, moonlight intensifying around her until it became too bright to view directly. When the silver glow faded, she was gone. Divine representatives certainly enjoy dramatic exits, Percy commented, masking his unease with humor as he often did. A habit shared across pantheons, Rias agreed with a slight smile. Though tonight's events were more eventful than anticipated, Kokobil's direct involvement and this mysterious observer suggest your interdimensional status has attracted higher-level attention than we initially prepared for. Story of my life, Percy sighed. So what now? Now, Rias decided, we return to base and process what we've learned. Poseidon's mention of the Trident of Crossing in these temple archives provides concrete directions for investigation. As they made their way back toward Kuoh Academy, Percy recounted his conversation with Poseidon in fuller detail, including the god's warnings about primordial stirrings and potential power fluctuations. This temple archive, Akino said thoughtfully when he finished. If it predates the Accord, it may contain information restricted even to most supernatural entities. Its existence alone is significant. And potentially dangerous, Heba added. If multiple factions learn of its location, they'd all want access, Rias completed the thought. Which may explain why Kokobil was so interested in your conversation with Poseidon. Information about pre-Accord repositories would be valuable to the fallen angels. And this Trident of Crossing, Percy continued, focusing on his potential way home. Poseidon said it was last known to be in Greece, but that was centuries ago. If it truly possesses dimensional properties, tracking it won't be simple, Rias cautioned. Artifacts of that nature tend to be heavily warded against conventional location methods. They reached the old-school building, its Gothic architecture a dark silhouette against the night sky. Inside the club room, Rias immediately activated a magic circle, presumably to report the evening's events to her brother. Akino approached Percy with medical supplies. We should examine that wound more thoroughly, she said. Fallen angel weapons can have lingering effects, even after initial healing. Percy nodded, removing his jacket and shirt to reveal the injury on his shoulder. The wound had closed thanks to Asia's healing, but an angry red mark remained where Kokobil's light spear had struck. It still burns a little, Percy admitted as Akino examined it with professional detachment. Not surprising, she commented. Kuoh specializes in weapons that corrupt divine energy. The huntress neutralized the worst effects, but some residual contamination remains. She applied a salve that smelled of herbs and something less identifiable, magical components, Percy assumed. The cooling sensation provided immediate relief. Thanks, he said gratefully. So what's the deal with Kuoh anyway? He seemed pretty high up in the fallen angel hierarchy. He's a cadre class, Akino confirmed, her expression growing more serious. One of the original fallen who participated in the Great War. His personal power approaches that of a Satan-class devil or Seraph-class angel. And he's taking a direct interest in me, Percy noted grimly. That can't be good. It's concerning on multiple levels, Rias agreed. Returning from her communication, fallen angels of his rank rarely involve themselves directly in field operations. His personal appearance suggests this matter has significance beyond what we initially understood. Poseidon mentioned something about fallen angels being manipulated by greater powers, Percy recalled. Could Kuoh be working for someone else without realizing it? Rias considered this possibility. It's not inconceivable. Primordial entities often operate through proxies, sometimes without their knowledge. Their influence can be subtle, nudging events rather than directly controlling them. Like interdimensional chess, Percy muttered, moving pieces around multiple boards simultaneously. An apt analogy, Rias nodded. If a primordial force is indeed awakening as Poseidon suggested, it may be orchestrating seemingly unrelated events toward a larger purpose, including yanking me across dimensions, Percy added, the implications settling uncomfortably. But why? What does some ancient cosmic horror want with a demigod from another reality? Perhaps your specific experiences, Akino suggested. You mentioned battling primordials in your world. That knowledge or capability might serve some purpose here. Percy recalled his battles against Kronos and Gaia, world-threatening conflicts that had tested the limits of gods and demigods alike. The thought that something might have deliberately pulled him into this dimension specifically for that experience was disturbing. My brother has authorized expanded resources for our investigation, Rias announced. Changing the subject, including access to certain restricted devil archives that might contain information about the temple archives Poseidon mentioned. And the trident? Percy asked. More challenging, Rias admitted. If it was last seen in Greece centuries ago, tracing its current location will require specialist assistance. She hesitated, then added, there is someone who might help, an expert in divine artifacts who operates independently of faction politics. I've sent a request for consultation. In the meantime, Akino interjected, we should investigate this old shrine Poseidon mentioned. If the temple archives are indeed accessible through it, securing that location becomes a priority. Agreed, Rias nodded. But not tonight. After Kuoh's attack and this mysterious observer. We need to regroup and prepare properly. The shrine has stood for centuries, it can wait until tomorrow. Percy wanted to argue for immediate action but recognized the wisdom in Rias's caution. Charging into unknown territory after an already eventful night risked exactly the kind of impulsive mistake that had gotten him into trouble countless times before. Tomorrow then, he conceded. First thing. As the meeting concluded and the group prepared to disperse, Asia approached Percy with concern evident in her expression. How is your shoulder feeling? Better, he assured her. Thanks to you and Akino. I'm glad, she said, though her worried expression remained. Kuoh's weapons, they're designed to cause pain beyond physical injury. To harm the soul itself. Percy nodded solemnly. I felt it. Different from monster attacks back home. Those hurt, but this felt like it was burning something deeper. Because it was targeting your divine essence, Asia explained. The part of you that connects to Poseidon's power. She hesitated, then added quietly, please be careful, Percy-san. Fallen angels liked Kuoh. They were once beings of light who chose darkness. That combination makes them particularly dangerous to those with divine heritage. Percy appreciated her concern. I'll be careful, he promised. Though careful, has never been my strongest quality. That earned a small smile from Asia before she departed with a polite bow. Heba was the last to leave, pausing at the door. I'll escort you back to your apartment, he offered. After tonight's events, additional security seems prudent. Percy started to protest that he could handle himself, then reconsidered. In an unfamiliar world with multiple factions apparently interested in his capture or study, pride took a backseat to practical safety. Thanks, he accepted. I appreciate it. As they walked through the quiet campus, Kuoh maintained alert vigilance, his swordsman's senses clearly attuned to their surroundings. After several minutes of companionable silence, he spoke. Your fighting style is interesting, he commented. Not formally trained, yet effective. Adaptable. Camp Half-Blood isn't big on rigid forms. Percy explained. We learn what works against different monsters and develop our own approaches. Staying alive is the primary goal, not looking good doing it. Kuoh nodded appreciatively. Practical. Though I notice you have excellent instincts with that sword. Natural talent. Percy shrugged. Riptide and I have been through a lot together. After a while, the sword becomes an extension of yourself. The mark of a true swordsman, Kuoh observed with what sounded like genuine respect. Few achieve that level of integration with their weapon. What about you? Percy asked, curious about the devil's background. Your speed during the fight was incredible. Night Piece abilities, Kuoh explained. Enhanced speed is our primary attribute. Combined with years of formal sword training, it creates certain advantages in combat. Formal training where? Percy inquired. Is there a Devil Knight school or something? A shadow crossed Kuoh's expression briefly. My training began elsewhere, before I became part of Bushu's peerage. It's a long story. Percy recognized the tone of someone with painful history and didn't press further. Everyone had their stories, their scars both visible and hidden. They reached Percy's apartment building without incident, though Percy noticed Kuoh performing subtle perimeter checks as they approached. I'll verify the boundary wards are intact, Kuoh said as they entered the lobby. Akino reinforced them after yesterday's events, but given tonight's confrontations, additional inspection seems warranted. Percy nodded, impressed again by the devil's thoroughness. As they rode the elevator to his floor, he found himself appreciating how quickly this group of supernatural beings had integrated him into their protection and planning. It reminded him of the sense of belonging he'd found at Camp Half-Blood, different backgrounds united by common purpose and mutual support. At his apartment door, Kuoh performed a final check before nodding satisfaction. The wards are holding. They should mask your divine signature from casual detection, though determined searchers with specific targeting parameters might still track you. Meaning Kokobile could find me if he really wanted to, Percy translated. Potentially, Kuoh acknowledged, though not without effort and resources. The protections are substantial. Percy unlocked his door, then paused. Thanks, Kuoh, not just for the escort, but for having my back during the fight. You guys didn't have to get involved in my dimensional mess, but you did. Kuoh smiled slightly. Bushu values those under her protection. And besides, he added with unexpected frankness, your arrival has been the most interesting development in Kuoh for some time. Devils appreciate novelty, especially the immortal ones. With that observation and a farewell nod, Kuoh departed, leaving Percy to secure his apartment and finally process the day's events. As he checked the locks and drew the curtains, Percy's thoughts turned to the information Poseidon had shared. The Trident of Crossing, a divine artifact capable of parting dimensional veils. Temple archives hidden beneath Kuoh City, containing knowledge forbidden under the divine accord. Primordial stirrings in abysses long dormant. And behind it all, the looming question, why had he been brought to this dimension? Coincidence seemed increasingly unlikely. If a primordial entity had deliberately pulled him across realities, it had specific purpose in mind, purpose that might not align with Percy's straightforward goal of returning home. He moved to the balcony, gazing out at the moon-washed cityscape of Kuoh town. Somewhere out there, ancient forces were moving, factions were plotting, and Percy Jackson, interdimensional demigod, Prince of Tides, an increasingly central figure in this world's supernatural politics, was caught in the middle. Tomorrow would bring investigation of the shrine and potential discovery of the temple archives. One step closer to understanding his displacement, perhaps one step closer to finding a way home. For now, though, sleep beckoned, what little remained of the night. Offering brief respite before diving deeper into the mysteries of this parallel dimension and his unexpected role within it. The next morning arrived with unwelcome brightness and the persistent ping of an alarm clock Percy didn't remember setting. He groaned, rolling over to silence the electronic nuisance, only to freeze as unfamiliar surroundings registered. For a disorienting moment, panic surged, then memory reasserted itself. Parallel dimension, devil school, divine politics, mysterious shrines to investigate. Just another day in the life of Percy Jackson. A text message awaited on his phone. Meeting at club room, 8 a.m. Shrine expedition preparations. RG. Percy showered quickly, the water revitalizing him as it always did. One small mercy, his water powers remained consistent, despite Poseidon's warning about potential fluctuations. As he dressed in casual clothes rather than the school uniform, expedition appropriate, he figured, Percy checked his shoulder. The angry red K from Kokobeel's spear had faded to a dull pink, though it still ached slightly when he rotated his arm. The campus was quiet when Percy arrived, weekend emptiness giving the normally bustling school an almost abandoned quality. He made his way to the old school building, finding the club room already a hive of activity despite the early hour. Rhea stood examining a large map spread across her desk. Red markers indicating various locations around Kuoh town. Akino organized what appeared to be expedition supplies, water bottles, flashlights, first aid kits, and less identifiable items that probably served magical purposes. Kiba inspected several swords laid out on a cloth, while Kaneko methodically packed a small backpack with what looked suspiciously like snacks rather than expedition gear. "Good morning," Rias greeted him, looking up from her map. "Did you rest well?" "Well enough," Percy replied, approaching the desk to examine the map. "Is this Kuoh town?" "Yes," Rias confirmed. They marked potential shrine locations based on historical records and supernatural signature readings. Percy studied the markers with interest. "There are more than I expected. Japan has a long tradition of shrine construction," Akino explained, joining them. "Many are purely cultural now, but some maintain connections to various supernatural factions. Shinto, Buddhist, even some with connections to other pantheons. Poseidon specifically mentioned an old shrine at the city's edge," Percy recalled. "Any candidates match that description?" Rias indicated a marker near the eastern perimeter of the map. "This is our primary candidate, the Mizuchi Shrine. It's one of the oldest structures in the region, predating Kuoh town itself by several centuries. Originally dedicated to water deities, which aligns with Poseidon's domain. Mizuchi being Japanese water dragons," Akino added. The shrine's location near an underground spring made it a natural focus for water worship across multiple traditions. Percy nodded, the pieces connecting logically, and if it was a multi-pantheon worship site, it could have connections to Greek water deities too. "Precisely," Rias confirmed. "Additionally, our research identified unusual energy signatures around the shrine, subtle dimensional fluctuations that might indicate deeper structures beneath the visible buildings." "The temple archives," Percy surmised. "Potentially," Rias cautioned, "though we won't know for certain until we investigate directly. The shrine is currently listed as a historical site, minimally maintained but no longer actively used for worship. Which makes it perfect for hiding a secret supernatural archive," Percy noted. "No regular visitors to notice anything unusual." "Our thoughts exactly," Rias agreed. "We've prepared expedition equipment for exploring potentially unstable underground structures. Akino has also created specialized detection talismans to identify concealed entrances or magical barriers." Percy appreciated their thoroughness. "So what's the plan? Just walk in and start looking for secret passages?" "Not quite that straightforward," Rias replied with a slight smile. "The shrine grounds are technically public property. But we'll need to be discreet. Supernatural activity in broad daylight risks unwanted attention. Plus, if this really is an entrance to pre-Accord archives, it likely has protection systems," Akino added. "Defenses against unauthorized access. But I'm sea-born," Percy recalled Poseidon's words. "The entrance reveals itself to sea-born power. Which gives us an advantage," Rias nodded. "Your connection to Poseidon may bypass certain barriers designed to keep out non-authorized individuals." The door opened as Asia arrived, slightly breathless as if she'd hurried. "I'm sorry I'm late," she apologized. "I was preparing healing supplies." "Perfect timing," Rias assured her. "We were just reviewing the expedition plan." Asia joined them at the map, offering Percy a gentle smile in greeting. How is your shoulder feeling today? Better, he replied honestly. Still a little sore, but the burning sensation is gone. Good, Asia nodded. Fallen angel injuries can linger if not properly treated. One final piece of information before we depart, Rias announced, drawing everyone's attention. I received word from my brother this morning. The mysterious observer from last night has been tentatively identified. Percy straightened with interest. Who was he? A representative of what's called the neutral faction, Rias explained. A coalition of are natural entities that maintain independence from the major power blocks. They primarily observe and record significant events affecting cosmic balance. So he really was just watching, Percy noted. Not directly interfering. For now, Rias cautioned. The neutral faction maintains a policy of non-intervention until certain thresholds of cosmic disturbance are reached. Their interest in your rival suggests they've classified it as a potential stability concern. Great, Percy sighed. So I'm not just a diplomatic incident and a scientific curiosity, I'm also a cosmic stability risk. Anything else to add to my resume while we're at it? School heart throb. Kaneko deadpanned from across the room, not looking up from her snack packing. Percy blinked in surprise at the unexpected comment before Kiba chuckled. She's not wrong. Despite the suppression charm, your popularity continues to grow. The Kendo Club is apparently considering making you an honorary member. The Kendo Club, Percy repeated. I don't even practice Kendo. Details, Akino dismissed with amusement. Your mysterious transfer student status combined with your connection to the Occult Research Club has sparked quite the reputation. The Prince of Tides continues to trend in school gossip. Percy shook his head, still bemused by this aspect of his interdimensional adventure. In his world, being a demigod usually meant monster attacks and dangerous quests, not fan clubs and admiring glances. If we could return to the matter at hand, Rias redirected gently. Our expedition to the Mizuchi Shrine. Transportation has been arranged. Conventional vehicles to avoid magical signatures that might alert other factions to our investigation. When do we leave? Percy asked, ready to take concrete action after days of information gathering and supernatural politics. Immediately, Rias replied. The sooner we investigate, the better. Kokobeel's interest in your conversation with Poseidon suggests the fallen angels may also be looking for the archives. With final preparations completed, the group departed the club room. Outside, a nondescript van waited, driven by a young man Percy hadn't met before. This is Gasper. Rias introduced the nervous-looking blonde boy behind the wheel. Another member of my peerage who assists with logistics. Hello. Gasper greeted shyly, barely making eye contact. Nice to meet you. Likewise, Percy replied, sensing the boy's discomfort and keeping his response simple. As they loaded equipment and took their seats, Rias explained the shrine's significance in more detail. Originally constructed during a period of cooperative supernatural activity before the Great War, the Mizuchi Shrine had served as a meeting point for various water-aligned factions across pantheons. Water deities often maintained better cross-pantheon relations than others, she noted. Perhaps because water itself transcends cultural boundaries. Makes sense, Percy agreed. In my world, Poseidon generally got along better with other pantheons, water gods than Zeus did with their sky deities. Less territorial overlap, I guess. The drive to the eastern edge of Kuoh town took approximately 30 minutes. The cityscape gradually giving way to more traditional architecture and eventually rural surroundings. Gasper navigated with surprising confidence despite his apparent nervousness, eventually turning onto a narrow road that wound upward into wooded hills. The shrine is situated on a natural rise, Akino explained as they ascended. Elevation was traditionally important for Japanese shrine construction, placing sacred spaces between earth and heaven. The road ended at a small, empty parking area, beyond which stone steps led upward through a corridor of weathered torii gates, the traditional red shrine archways. These faded to a dull orange by time and elements. Interesting, Akino murmured as they unloaded equipment. The torii sequence is unusually extensive. What does that mean? Percy asked, shouldering a backpack. Torii mark the transition from mundane to sacred space, she explained. This many in sequence suggests multiple layers of sacredness, or perhaps multiple pantheons claiming recognition. The group began their ascent, climbing stone steps that showed signs of age but remained structurally sound. Percy counted at least 30 torii gates as they climbed, each slightly different in design and bearing faded inscriptions in various languages, not just Japanese, but what appeared to be ancient Greek, Latin, and scripts he didn't recognize. Definitely multi-pantheon, he commented, indicating a gate with clearly Greek lettering. Rias nodded. This confirms our research. The Mizuchi Shrine served as a cooperative worship site before the accord separated the pantheons. At the top of the steps, the shrine complex itself came into view, a collection of traditional Japanese buildings arranged around a central courtyard. The structures showed their age, wood weathered gray and stone elements covered in lichen, but maintained enough for basic structural integrity. The entire complex had a melancholy beauty, sacred architecture slowly returning to nature. No active maintenance for decades, Kiba observed, noting the overgrown paths and sagging roof corners. Perfect cover for a hidden facility. Percy felt a subtle pull as they entered the central courtyard, a familiar tug in his gut that always accompanied proximity to significant water sources. There's water here, he stated confidently. Underground, but substantial, a spring or underground river. The original reason for the shrine's location, Akino confirmed. Historical records mention a sacred spring that never ran dry, even during droughts. The group spread out to explore the complex. Akino and Asia checking the main shrine building while Kiba and Kaneko investigated smaller outbuildings. Rias remained with Percy, studying his reactions as they moved through the space. Do you sense anything beyond the water? She asked. Any indication of divine presence or magical barriers? Percy concentrated, extending his senses as he sometimes did to locate water sources. Something different, he finally said. Not just water. It feels like pressure. Like something pushing against reality. Rias looked intrigued. That aligns with our dimensional fluctuation readings. Where is it strongest? Percy turned slowly, orienting himself by the pulling sensation. This way, he decided, moving toward what appeared to be a smaller shrine structure partially obscured by overgrown vegetation. Unlike the other buildings with their distinctly Japanese architecture, this structure incorporated elements that seemed deliberately foreign, columns reminiscent of Greek design supporting a more traditional Japanese roof, the fusion creating an architecturally unique building that would have looked out of place anywhere else. Fascinating, Rias murmured. Phys. Ical representation of pantheon cooperation, Greek and Japanese design elements integrated into a single structure. Percy approached the building, the pulling sensation intensifying with each step. Entrance was sealed by wooden doors bound with rope in the traditional Shinto sacred barrier style, though the ropes had deteriorated significantly over time. This is it, he said with certainty. Whatever I'm sensing is centered here. Akino joined them, talismans in hand. Detection spells confirm unusual energy concentrations in this building. Dimensional thinning, similar to what we observe. At the reflection pool during the full moon. Percy studied the deteriorated barrier ropes thoughtfully. Poseidon said the entrance would reveal itself to seaborne power. I'm guessing that means I need to do something specific. Perhaps direct contact with your divine energy, Rias suggested. Similar to how you communicated through the reflection pool. Percy nodded, stepping forward to place his hand on the wooden doors. Nothing happened. Maybe more direct application of power. Akino suggested. A demonstration of water control. Percy considered this, then reached for the water he sensed beneath the shrine. It responded instantly to his call, a familiar tug in his gut accompanying the connection. Rather than bringing the water to the surface, he sent his awareness down, following the pull to its source. What he found surprised him. Not a simple spring or underground river, but an elaborate subterranean pool, its waters imbued with energy that resonated with his own divine connection. The pool wasn't natural. It had been deliberately constructed as a reservoir of power, a focusing point for water-aligned divine energy. There's something down there, he told the others. A pool or reservoir, but not natural. It feels, I don't know, charged somehow. A power focus, Akino suggested. Many ancient sacred sites incorporated water features as channels for divine energy. Percy maintained his connection to the subterranean waters, experimenting with the flow of power between himself and the reservoir. As he did, He felt something shift, not physically, but in the fabric of reality around the shrine building. The deteriorated barrier ropes suddenly crumbled to dust, and the wooden doors swung inward without a sound. That worked, Percy observed, slightly surprised at the ease of access. Sea-born power, Rias murmured. Your connection to Poseidon's domain provided the key. The interior of the small shrine was dimly lit by what little sunlight filtered through cracks in the aged structure. At its center stood a simple stone basin filled with clear water that seemed to glow with subtle internal light. The walls were inscribed with symbols from multiple pantheons, Greek, Roman, Japanese, and others Percy didn't recognize. A consecrated junction point, Akino identified, examining the inscriptions. This chamber served as a connection nexus between pantheons, using water as the common medium. Percy approached the stone basin, drawn by the glowing water within. Unlike the fountain in the park, this water didn't merely reflect light, it generated its own subtle illumination. The liquid moving in gentle patterns despite the absence of any current or disturbance. What now? He asked, looking to Rias. Is this the entrance to the archives, or just another step? Likely another key point, Rias replied, studying the chamber thoughtfully. Traditional archive entrances often incorporated multiple verification stages. Percy turned his attention back to the glowing basin. Following instinct, he placed his hand just above the water's surface, not quite touching it. The liquid immediately responded, rising in a slender column to meet his palm. The sea, contact sent a jolt of energy through him, not painful, but intensely present, like suddenly being aware of a new sense. Words formed in his mind, ancient Greek but perfectly understandable. State your lineage and purpose. Seeker of hidden knowledge, I am Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, he replied aloud, uncertain if vocalization was necessary but following the formality of the moment. I seek He temple archives to understand my dimensional displacement and find a way home. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the water in the basin began to swirl, forming a miniature whirlpool that glowed with increasing intensity. The stone floor beneath the basin rumbled, then split cleanly along invisible seams, sections retracting to reveal a spiraling staircase descending into darkness. That was surprisingly straightforward, Percy commented, peering down the stairwell. Divine verification systems often are, when the correct keys are provided, Rias observed. Complex for unauthorized users, simple for those with legitimate access. Kiba and Kaneko arrived at the doorway, attracted by the rumbling. You found something, Kiba noted, eyeing the revealed staircase with interest. The entrance to the archives, I'm guessing. Percy confirmed. Shall we? Rias nodded, activating a communication circle. Asia, we've located an entrance. Bring the equipment to the Greek-Japanese fusion structure. With Asia's arrival, the group prepared for descent. Magical lights were activated, equipment checked, and communication talismans distributed to maintain contact if they became separated. I'll lead, Percy volunteered, feeling responsible since his divine connection had opened the path. With Kiba right behind in case of trouble. Agreed, Rias nodded. I'll follow, then Akino, Asia, and Kaneko bringing up the rear to secure our exit path. The staircase descended in a tight spiral, the steps unexpectedly dry and free of debris despite their apparent age and underground location. Percy's supernatural vision adjusted quickly to the dimness, allowing him to navigate without difficulty. The walls were smooth stone, inscribed with flowing patterns that seemed to move subtly in magical light, water symbols from various cultures, intertwining in hypnotic designs. The architecture is changing, Kiba observed as they descended. Becoming less Japanese, more Greco-Roman. Sai noticed the transition as well. The spiral staircase gradually opening into a wider passage with columns and arches reminiscent of ancient Mediterranean design. The air remained surprisingly fresh, suggesting some form of ventilation system maintained across centuries. After descending what felt like several stories below ground level, the staircase ended at a massive set of bronze doors. Unlike the weathered shrine above, these gleamed as if newly forged, their surfaces etched with intricate scenes of various water deities across pantheons. At the center, prominently featured, was Poseidon with his trident. No obvious locking mechanism, Rias observed, examining the doors. Another divine verification point, perhaps. Percy approached, studying the etched image of Poseidon. The craft Anship was extraordinary. The god's expression captured with such detail that it seemed almost alive, the trident in his hand positioned in a gesture of both protection and power. Acting on intuition, Percy placed his palm against the etched trident. Immediately, the metal warmed beneath his touch, and blue light traced the outline of Poseidon's figure before spreading to illuminate the entire door. A mechanism clicked somewhere within, and the massive bronze panels swung inward with surprising silence. Beyond lay a sight that momentarily stunned the entire group into silence. A vast chamber opened before them, its ceiling lost in shadows despite the magical illumination emanating from countless floating orbs of blue-green light. Row upon row of shelves extended into the distance, each holding scrolls, codices, tablets, and artifacts of clearly ancient origin. Channels of flowing water crisscrossed the floor in geometric patterns, the liquid glowing with the same ethereal light as the basin above. The temple archives, Rias breathed, awe evident in her voice. Untouched for centuries. This is extensive, Percy commented, taking in the sheer scale of the collection. Finding specific information might be challenging. Perhaps not, Kuoh suggested, indicating a circular platform at the center of the chamber. That appears to be a guidance system of some kind. The group did their way toward the central platform, crossing one of several stone bridges that spanned the water channels. As they walked, Percy noticed that the flowing water responded to his presence, subtle currents altering course to follow his movement. The central platform featured a large circular pool surrounded by 7 pedestals, each bearing a symbol representing different pantheons, a trident for Greek, a lightning bolt for Norse, a scarab for Egyptian, and others Percy didn't immediately recognize. A navigation system, Rias confirmed, examining the arrangement. Each pedestal represents a different pantheon section of the archives. Poseidon mentioned the trident of crossing and primordial bindings, Percy recalled. So we should focus on the Greek section first. He approached the pedestal bearing the trident symbol. As with the door, it responded to his touch, the symbol illuminating with blue light that spread through the water channel connected to it. A moment later, several sections of shelving throughout the vast chamber glowed with matching illumination, highlighting specific areas among the countless resources. Efficient, Heba commented appreciatively. The system identifies relevant sections based on subject matter. Let's split up to cover more ground, Rias suggested. Kuoh and I will investigate those shelves to the east. Heba and Kaneko, take the western section. Percy and Asia, focus on the central area that's glowing brightest. With assignments distributed, the group dispersed to begin their research. Percy and Asia approached the intensely glowing G section near the center of the archives. Unlike the more traditional bookshelves in other areas, this section featured cylindrical containers of what appeared to be crystal, each housing a swirling substance somewhere between liquid and gas. Memory water, Asia identified with quiet awe. I've read about this in ancient texts. It stores information in fluid form, accessible through direct consciousness connection. So, magical video recordings, Percy attempted to translate into more familiar terms. Asia smiled slightly at the comparison. Something like that, though more interactive. Viewer experiences the information rather than merely observing it. Percy examined the crystal containers with renewed interest. Each bore labels in ancient Greek that he could read without difficulty: primordial binding ceremonies, dimensional boundary establishment, trident of crossing, creation and purpose. This one, Percy decided, carefully lifting the container label for the trident. This is exactly what we need. How do we access it? He asked Asia, who was studying the crystal vessel with scholarly concentration. According to texts, memory water requires direct contact with the consciousness, she explained. Typically through immersion of one's hand while focusing on the desired information. Percy nodded, unscrewing the crystal container's cap. The swirling substance within emitted a faint humming sound, like distant ocean waves. Here goes nothing, he murmured, extending his hand toward the opening. Wait, Asia cautioned. Memory water can be disorienting, especially for first-time users. I should monitor your physical condition while you're connected. Good thinking, Percy agreed, appreciating her caution. Ready when you are. Asia positioned herself beside him, one hand prepared to withdraw his arm if necessary. Focus clearly on what you wish to learn, she instructed. The more specific your intention, the more directed the experience. Percy C. Concentrated on the trident of crossing, its purpose, capabilities, and most importantly, its current location. With this focus firmly in mind, he lowered his hand into the swirling substance. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Percy's consciousness separated from his physical surroundings, plunging into a stream of information that manifested as vivid sensory impressions rather than linear knowledge. He experienced rather than observed. Standing in an ancient forge beneath the sea, watching divine craftsmen shape a trident from material that seemed to exist partially outside normal reality. Its metal shifting between states like water itself. Witnessing Poseidon testing the weapon's power, tearing open a pathway between dimensions that revealed shadowy reflections of alternate realities. The trident being used during what he somehow knew was the Great War, creating escape routes for civilians caught between battling pantheons. A solemn ceremony in the aftermath of war, the trident being entrusted to human guardians as Atlantis prepared for its sacrificial collapse to seal dimensional fractures. A hidden temple on a Greek island, priestesses maintaining vigil over the artifact through generations. Danger approaching. Dark winged figures seeking the trident's power, the high priestess making a desperate decision. The trident being sealed within a pearl of dimensional stasis, then entrusted to ocean currents with specific harmonic patterns that would carry it to safety. Its destination. A convergence point where multiple realities brushed against each other. A place of natural dimensional thinning that would hide the trident's energy signature. The pearl carrying the trident being drawn to a specific location, a city not yet built, but destined to become a nexus of supernatural activity. Kuoh town. Percy gasped as his consciousness snapped back to his physical body, the abrupt return momentarily disorienting. Asia steadied him, concern evident in her expression. Percy-san, are you all right? Yeah, he managed, blinking as the archives came back into focus around him. That was intense. What did you learn? She asked, helping him reseal the crystal container. The trident is here, Percy stated with certainty. In Kuoh town. It was sent here centuries ago, hidden in some kind of pearl that masks its energy signature. Asia's eyes widened. Here, but where specifically? A place where dimensions naturally thin, Percy recalled from the memory water. A convergence point of some kind. Like the reflection pool, Asia suggested. Maybe, Percy considered, but that seems too obvious. The memory showed it being sent somewhere that would hide it effectively. They were interrupted by Rias's return, the devil heiress carrying several ancient scrolls. We've found historical records documenting the creation of the archive, she reported. Including lists of artifacts stored here after the Accord. The trident isn't here, Percy told her. But it is in Kuoh town. I saw its history through the memory water. It was sealed in some kind of dimensional pearl and sent here for safekeeping. Rias looked surprised. In Kuoh. That's unexpected. The town didn't exist as such when the Accord was established. The location was chosen specifically because it was a natural dimensional thin point, Percy explained. Somewhere multiple realities brush against each other. The ley line convergence, Akino suggested, joining their conversation. It's why Kuoh became supernaturally significant in the first place. Multiple ley lines intersect beneath the town, creating unusual energy patterns. And why both Grimoire and Citri families established territory here, Rias added thoughtfully. So we need to locate this convergence point, Percy concluded. Any ideas where to start looking? Before Rias could respond, a sharp crack echoed through the archives, followed by a rumbling that shook dust from distant shelves. Kaneko AP, paired from between rows of ancient texts, her expression unusually urgent. Something's happening above, she reported. Energy signatures approaching the shrine. Another, louder rumble shook the chamber. Several illumination orbs flickering momentarily. We're not alone, Rias stated grimly. Someone followed us to the archives. Fallen angels, Percy guessed, uncapping Riptide. Likely, Rias nodded. Kiba, secure our exit path. Akino, protection wards on our position. Everyone else, gather what information you can quickly. We may need to leave in a hurry. As the group mobilized with practiced efficiency, Percy turned to the central platform with its pantheon pedestals. On impulse, he approached the Greek symbol again, this time focusing his intention on primordial bindings, the other topic Poseidon had mentioned. The water channels shifted their glow, directing him to a different section featuring ancient stone tablets rather than memory water. Percy quickly gathered several that seemed most relevant based on their inscriptions, tucking them carefully into his backpack. Another, more violent shake rattled the chamber, this one accompanied by the distant sound of combat, magical discharges and what might have been light spears impacting barriers. "They've engaged Gasper at the surface," Rias reported, receiving information through a communication circle. "He's holding them off, but we need to move." "What about all this?" Percy gestured to the vast archives around them. "We can't let fallen angels access this information." "The archive has survived centuries," Rias reminded him. "It has its own protection systems. Our priority now is to secure what we've found and retreat without leading enemies directly to sensitive sections." Percy nodded reluctantly, recognizing the wisdom in her approach. They'd found crucial information about the Trident. Pursuing that lead took precedence over defending the entire archives. The group reassembled at the entrance, each carrying selected materials deemed most valuable to their investigation. Kiba returned from securing their exit route, his expression tense. "Multiple opponents above," he reported. "I count at least 8 distinct energy signatures, including one that matches Kokobeel's lieutenant from yesterday." "A coordinated search team," Rias concluded. "They must have been monitoring the shrine, waiting for someone to reveal the entrance." "So we gave them exactly what they wanted," Percy noted grimly. "Not entirely," Akino countered. "They know the archives exist now, but they still need sea-borne power to access them. Without you, they're limited to the upper shrine only. Unless they brought a water-aligned ally," Rias cautioned. "We can't assume they're unprepared." Another rumble shook the staircase, closer this time. Dust and small stones drifted down from above. "They're trying to force entry," Kiba observed. "Direct magical assault on the structure." "Time to go," Rias decided. "Secondary exit." Akino nodded toward a previously unnoticed archway to the side of the main entrance. "Service passage, according to the architectural records we found, should lead to a different surface point, away from the main shrine." "Perfect," Rias approved. "Kiba, take point. Kaneko, rear guard. Everyone stay close and maintain silence." The secondary passage proved narrower and less ornate than the main entrance. Clearly designed for maintenance rather than ceremonial use. It ascended through rough-hewn stone rather than the finished masonry of the main staircase, the path winding irregularly rather than spiraling smoothly. Percy found himself thinking of the labyrinth as they navigated the twisting passage, though thankfully without the reality-bending properties of Daedalus's creation. After several minutes of climbing, the passage leveled out, eventually terminating at what appeared to be a dead end. Kiba examined the stone barrier carefully. "No obvious mechanism." "Another verification point," Rias suggested, looking to Percy. Percy approached the wall, searching for any indication of water presence or divine marking. Unlike the elaborate doors and basins above, this exit seemed deliberately nondescript, likely to remain unnoticed by casual discovery. "There's water behind it," he confirmed, sensing moisture beyond the barrier. "But I don't see any trigger mechanism." "Try direct divine energy application," Akino suggested. Since this was a maintenance passage, it might respond to simpler authentication. Percy placed his palm against the stone, focusing his power as he had at the pool above. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, faintly at first but with increasing clarity, he felt an answering resonance from within the stone itself, water trapped in the mineral structure, responding to his call. He concentrated on this connection, drawing the trapped moisture toward his palm. The stone began to glisten as water seeped to its surface, forming patterns that resembled Greek letters before coalescing into a simple trident symbol. "There," Percy murmured, pressing his palm against the newly formed symbol. The stone barrier rumbled softly, then split along invisible seams, sections retracting into recesses within the surrounding wall. Beyond lay a small cave opening, natural rather than constructed, with daylight visible at its mouth approximately 20 feet ahead. "Efficient design," Rias commented approvingly. "The exit is concealed within natural formations, making it nearly impossible to identify from outside." Kiba moved forward cautiously, checking for potential ambush before signaling the all-clear. The group emerged from the cave into a wooded area on the hillside, some distance from the main shrine complex. From their position, they could see the shrine buildings above, surrounded by unmistakable signs of supernatural combat, flashes of light and the distinctive black feathers of fallen angels visible even at this distance. At least 8 of them, Akino confirmed. Observing the battle, Gasper is maintaining vehicle security, but they've surrounded the main shrine entrance. They don't realize we're already out, Percy noted. That gives us an advantage. Indeed, Rias agreed. We can circle around to the vehicle while they're focused on the shrine. The group moved carefully through the woods, maintaining cover as they descended toward the parking area. Percy kept his senses alert for any sign of pursuit or flanking maneuvers, but the fallen angels appeared completely focused on the shrine complex. They really want access to those archives, he commented as they approached the parking area, where Gasper waited anxiously with the van. Knowledge is power, Rias replied simply. Especially knowledge deliberately hidden after the accord. The archives likely contain information that could shift faction balances if improperly used. They reached the vehicle without incident, quickly loading their acquired materials before departing. As they drove away, Percy looked back to see several fallen angels still circling the shrine, unaware that their quarry had already escaped with the information they sought. So the trident is somewhere in Kuoh. He summarized once they were safely away, hidden at a dimensional convergence point inside some kind of pearl. The pearl of dimensional stasis is particularly interesting, Akino noted. Such technology was thought lost with Atlantis. It explains why the trident hasn't been detected despite its divine signature. The pearl would mask its energy completely, making it nearly impossible to locate through conventional means, Rias added. We'll need to identify possible convergence points and investigate them directly. How many such points could exist in one town? Percy asked. In a normal location, perhaps 1 or 2, Rias replied. But Kuoh sits at the intersection of multiple ley lines. It could have dozens of minor convergence points, with perhaps 3 or 4 major ones. Great, Percy sighed. Needle in a supernatural haystack. Not necessarily, Akino countered thoughtfully. The memory water showed the trident being sent specifically to what would become Kuoh. That suggests the location was chosen deliberately, likely for properties that would complement the trident's nature. Water, Percy realized. It would be near water. Significant water. That narrows our search considerably. Rias nodded. Kuoh has several important water features: the lake at the city center, the eastern river, and the underground spring system. The convergence point would likely manifest unusual phenomena, Akino added. Local legends of strange occurrences, unexplained weather patterns, or unusual animal behavior. We can cross-reference historical records with geographical surveys, Rias decided. Sona's peerage includes members specializing in such research. With their assistance, we should be able to identify the most likely locations. As they continued toward Kuoh Academy, Percy examined one of the stone tablets he'd retrieved from the archives, the one regarding primordial bindings. Its surface was etched with diagrams and ancient Greek text cribbing elaborate rituals used to contain entities from before the gods. This mentions dimensional anchors, he noted, translating the archaic script. Apparently the primordials were bound not just with physical or magical constraints, but actually anchored to specific dimensional coordinates, preventing them from shifting between realities, Rias observed, leaning over to examine the tablet. Fascinating. Our records indicate similar binding methods were used after the Great War, but the specific techniques were classified. According to this, Percy continued, the bindings require periodic renewal or they gradually weaken. The renewal ceremony was traditionally performed during specific celestial alignments. When was the last renewal? Akino asked, immediately grasping the implication. Percy scanned the tablet, searching for dates or timing references. It doesn't specify exactly, but it mentions a cycle of 12 great conjunctions between renewals. That could refer to Jupiter-Saturn conjunctions, Rias suggested. They occur approximately every 20 years. 12 would be 240 years. If the last binding renewal occurred before the accord, Akino calculated, that would place us well past the maintenance schedule. The implications settled heavily over the group. If primordial bindings throughout this world were weakening due to missed renewal ceremonies, it's old explain the stirrings in abysses long dormant that Poseidon had mentioned. And a dimensional rift pulling me through realities suddenly makes more sense, Percy added. If these primordials can manipulate dimensional boundaries when their bindings weaken, it suggests your arrival may not have been random, Rias concluded, but potentially part of a larger pattern of dimensional instability. They reached Kuoh Academy without further incident, the campus quiet on the weekend afternoon. As they unloaded their acquired materials in the club room, Rias activated a communication circle. I'm contacting Sona, she explained. Her research specialists will be invaluable for identifying convergence points. While she conferred with the student council president, Percy continued examining the tablets and scrolls they'd retrieved. The information painted a disturbing picture. Primordial entities bound after cosmic conflicts, maintenance ceremonies abandoned after supernatural factions retreated from cooperation, and gradual weakening of dimensional boundaries as a result. This feels familiar, he commented to Asia, who was organizing the materials into categories. In my world, we've dealt with awakening primordials before. It never ends well without intervention. Is that why you think you were brought here? She asked perceptively. Because you have experience with such threats. Maybe, Percy acknowledged, though it seems like an overly complicated recruitment method. There are probably easier ways to get help than yanking someone across dimensions. Unless you specifically were needed, Asia suggested quietly. Something about you particularly, not just any demigod. The thought was unsettling. Percy had been the subject of prophecies before, his actions determined by cosmic forces beyond his control. The idea that some primordial entity had specifically targeted him for interdimensional displacement felt uncomfortably similar. Rias concluded her communication, turning to address the group. Sona is sending Tsubaki with geographical surveys and historical records. They should arrive shortly. In the meantime, we should organize our findings and prepare for the next phase of investigation. Which is? Percy prompted. Locating and retrieving the trident, Rias replied. If it truly can manipulate dimensional boundaries, it represents both your potential way home and a significant strategic asset in addressing any primordial emergence. Assuming we can find it, Percy noted. And assuming I can use it once we do. One challenge at a time, Rias advised with a slight smile. First, we identify likely convergence points. Then we develop a method for detecting the pearl's unique properties. The rest will follow. As the group settled into research mode, Percy found himself reflecting on how quickly his situation had evolved. From dimensional castaway to active participant in a potential cosmic crisis, all within days of his arrival. It felt both familiar and strange. The high stakes and divine complications reminiscent of his life at Camp Half-Blood, but the context and allies entirely new. The trident of crossing represented hope, a concrete path potentially leading home. Yet the information about weakening primordial bindings suggested his displacement might be part of a larger pattern, one with implications extending far beyond his personal circumstances. If primordial entities were indeed stirring across realities, manipulating dimensional boundaries as their ancient constraints weakened, then returning home might not be as simple as finding a magical artifact. It might require addressing the root cause of the dimensional instability, a significantly more complex challenge. Percy sighed, turning his attention back to the ancient texts before him. One step at a time, as Rias had suggested. Find the trident first, then worry about potential cosmic horror scenarios. After all, preventing the apocalypse was practically routine for a son of Poseidon. Even in another dimension, Tsubaki arrived with remarkable efficiency, bringing not only the promised geographical surveys but also several student council members who specialized in research and analysis. The club room quickly transformed into an impromptu war room, with maps and documents spread across every available surface. These are the confirmed ley line intersections beneath Kuoh town, Tsubaki explained, indicating marked points on a topographical map. 7 major convergences, 23 minor ones. That's a lot of ground to cover, Percy observed, studying the distribution pattern. We can narrow it further, Sona stated, surprising everyone with her unexpected arrival. The student council president adjusted her glasses precisely as she entered, her gaze sweeping the assembled materials with analytical efficiency. Sona, Rias greeted her childhood friend. I didn't expect you personally. Interdimensional artifacts and primordial bindings warrant direct attention. Sona replied matter-of-factly. Particularly when fallen angels are actively seeking the same. She approached the central map, studying it intently before placing a transparent overlay atop it. This represents historical water features in the region, including underground aquifers, springs, and seasonal watercourses that may no longer be visible. With the overlay in place, a pattern emerged. Several of the ley line convergences aligned with significant water features, reducing their list of potential locations from 30 to a more manageable 7. Still 7 possibilities, Percy noted. Any way to narrow it further? Indeed, Sona confirmed. Historical records of unusual phenomena. She produced a notebook filled with precise handwriting. My Pira. GE has compiled incidents dating back to Kuoh's founding that might indicate dimensional thinning or artifact influence. She methodically marked locations on the map where such incidents had been recorded, unexplained weather patterns, electrical anomalies, temporal distortions, and in one location, recurring reports of what locals called mirror water, a pool that occasionally showed reflections of places that didn't exist. Mirror water, Percy repeated, immediately interested. That sounds promising for a dimensional artifact. My assessment as well, Sona agreed. This location in Partiku, Lar, she indicated a point near the eastern edge of town, has accumulated the most consistent reports of dimensional anomalies, all centered around a natural spring pool in the forest. Anid Alley, GNS with both a major ley line convergence and a significant groundwater source, Tsubaki added, highlighting where the various markers overlapped. That's our primary target then, Rias decided. What about the other 6 locations? Secondary probabilities, ranked by correlation strength, Sona replied, indicating her notations. I suggest dividing into teams to investigate simultaneously. Ethic. INC is critical if fallen angels are pursuing the same objective. Agreed, Rias nodded. Percy should lead the primary team, since his connection to Poseidon may be necessary to identify or retrieve the trident. I'll accompany the primary team as well, Sona stated rather than suggested. My water affinity may prove complementary, and 2 kings provide better protection against potential fallen angel interference. Percy glanced between the 2 devil heiresses, sensing there might be more to Sona's involvement than purely tactical considerations. The student council president had shown limited interest in his dimensional situation previously, focusing primarily on maintaining school order. Her sudden direct participation suggested the stakes had risen in ways he didn't fully comprehend. Works for me, he agreed nonetheless. When do we start? Immediately, both Rias and Sona replied in unison, exchanging a brief look of mutual understanding. Teams were quickly organized. Percy, Sona, and Tsubaki would investigate the primary location, with Kiba joining them for combat support. Rias, Akano, and 2 student council members would check the second most promising site. The Rima, Eining locations would be covered by other peerage members in pairs, with Asia remaining at the club room as central coordinator and emergency healer if needed. Communications every 15 minutes, Rias instructed as equipment was distributed. Any sign of fallen angel activity, withdraw and report immediately. This is reconnaissance, not confrontation. Unless we find the trident, Percy pointed out. Then it becomes retrieval. Even then, discretion takes priority over direct engagement, Sona advised. The artifact has remained hidden for centuries, a few more hours won't matter if it and securing it properly rather than fighting over it. Equipment packed and teams assigned, they prepared to depart. Percy checked Riptide in his pocket, reassured by the familiar weight of the pen. He'd added a small vial of water to his supplies, a habit from years of quests where access to his primary power source couldn't always be guaranteed. Ready? Sona asked, her tone businesslike but with an underlying tension Percy hadn't observed in her previously. As I'll ever be, he confirmed. Let's find a dimensional pearl hiding a divine trident so I can potentially get home and you can all go back to whatever passes for normal around here. A hint of something almost like amusement flickered across Sona's typically serious expression. Normal is relative when one governs a territory containing devils, fallen angels, and apparently interdimensional demigods. Fair point, Percy conceded as they departed. The eastern forest region of Kuoh town proved more extensive than Percy had anticipated, dense woodland covering several square miles of hilly terrain. Their target location lay approximately 2 miles from the nearest road access, necessitating a hike through increasingly untamed forest. The area has been deliberately left undeveloped, Sona explained as they navigated a barely visible trail. Part of the original territory agreement between Grimoire and Citri families. Certain locations with unusual supernatural properties were designated conservation zones. You knew something was here, Percy deduced, even if you didn't know exactly what. We knew the location exhibited dimensional anomalies. Sona confirmed, though its connection to a pre-Accord artifact wasn't suspected until your arrival provided context. The trail gradually disappeared altogether, forcing them to rely on Tsubaki's mapping equipment and Sona's innate sense of direction. As they penetrated deeper into the forest, Percy began noticing subtle changes in the environment, vegetation that seemed slightly unusual in coloration. Bird calls that echoed strangely, and most tellingly, a growing sense of divine presence. We're getting close, he stated with certainty. I can feel something ahead, like pressure against my senses. Sona nodded. The dimensional thinning effect. It creates a subtle distortion field that sensitive individuals can detect. They crested a small rise, and the forest opened into a natural clearing. At its center lay a perfectly circular pool approximately 30 feet in diameter, its waters unnaturally still despite the gentle breeze rustling surrounding vegetation. The liquid appeared normal at first glance, but as Percy studied it, he noticed unusual reflections, shadows and light patterns that didn't correspond to the actual surroundings. Mirror water, Tsubaki identified quietly. Just as the historical accounts described. Percy approached the pool's edge, his connection to water immediately confirming this was no ordinary body of liquid. It resonated with his divine senses in a way that felt almost familiar, reminiscent of the reflection pool where he'd communicated with Poseidon, but with an additional quality he couldn't quite define. This is definitely it, he confirmed. There's divine energy here, and something else, something older. Kiba surveyed the clearing with professional vigilance. No sign of disturbance or previous visitors. If fallen angels identified this location, they haven't investigated yet. Let's work quickly nonetheless, Sona advised, removing specialized equipment from her pack. Tsubaki, establish a perimeter detection field. Kiba, maintain watch. Percy and I will examine the pool directly. Percy knelt at the water's edge, studying the unusual reflections. Instead of showing the sky and surrounding trees, the surface occasionally rippled with images of entirely different locations, a rocky coastline, an underwater cavern, what appeared to be a city street from another era. Different dimensions, Sona observed, joining him. The pool acts as a viewer into parallel realities where this same geographical location exists in different forms. Like dimensional windows, Percy noted. Is this a natural phenomenon? Partially, Sona replied, activating what appeared to be a magical measuring device. The convergence of ley lines creates natural thinning between dimensions. But this level of manifestation suggests enhancement, likely from the artifact we're seeking. Percy extended his senses further, reaching beyond the visible water to connect with its essence. As he did, he became aware of something at the pool's center, not visible to ordinary sight, but perceptible to his divine awareness. A presence suspended within the water, neither fully in this dimension nor completely outside it. There's something here, he murmured, concentrating on the sensation, at the center, but it's hard to focus on. Like it's partially elsewhere. The pearl of dimensional stasis, Sona concluded. Its properties would place it partially outside conventional reality, a perfect hiding method for a divine artifact. So how do we retrieve it? Percy asked, trying to maintain his tenuous awareness of the object. Sona considered the problem. Conventional methods won't work if it exists partially in other dimensions. We need to anchor it fully to this reality before attempting physical retrieval. And how exactly do we do that? Your divine connection, Sona suggested. As a son of Poseidon from another dimension, you represent a unique bridge between realities. The pearl was designed to respond to sea-born power. Your abilities might draw it fully into this dimension. Percy nodded, the approach making intuitive sense. He stood, concentrating his power as he extended his hands toward the water. The pool responded immediately, ripples spreading outward from his influence despite the absence of physical contact. It's responding, Tsubaki observed from her position, establishing ward perimeters. Keep going, Sona encouraged. Focus on drawing the object into alignment with our dimension specifically. Percy intensified his concentration, visualizing the dimensional pearl shifting fully into their reality. The water began to glow softly, blue-green light emanating from its depths as the strange reflections grew more pronounced, flashing between dimensional windows with increasing speed. Something's happening, Kiba reported, his hand moving to his sword hilt. The energy signature is intensifying. The pool's illumination continued to brighten, the water now swirling in. A gentle vortex centered on the point Percy had identified. As his connection deepened, he became increasingly aware of the pearl's presence, a sphere of impossibility containing something of immense power, suspended between realities. I can feel it more clearly now, he reported, maintaining his focus. It's responding to my power, but there's resistance. Like it's anchored to multiple dimensions simultaneously. That's its protection mechanism, Sona analyzed. To retrieve it, you'll need to establish primacy of this dimension over the others it's connected to. Percy frowned in concentration. How? Declare your intent and identity, Sona suggested. Artifacts from that era often responded to formal invocation. Percy nodded, drawing on his experiences with divine protocols. I am Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, seeking the trident of crossing. I call it forth from between dimensions to serve its purpose once more. The pool's illumination flared brilliantly at his words, the vortex tightening as the water began to churn more violently. Percy maintained his focus, feeling the pearl's resistance weakening as it responded to his invocation. Suddenly, the water erupted upward in a perfect column, suspended impossibly in defiance of gravity. Within this liquid pillar, a sphere became visible, approximately the size of a baseball, its surface pearlescent and shifting with colors. That didn't quite register to normal vision. The dimensional pearl, Sona identified, her typically stoic expression showing rare amazement. It's magnificent. The pearl descended slowly through the water column, coming to rest at the surface directly before Percy. As it made contact with the air, the water column collapsed back into the pool with a surprisingly gentle splash. Percy reached forward cautiously, his fingers hovering just above the pearl's surface. Should I touch it? It was intended for retrieval by sea-borne power, Sona reasoned. Your divine connection should allow safe handling. With careful movements, Percy lifted the pearl from the water's surface. It felt unexpectedly warm against his skin, vibrating with subtle energy that resonated with his own divine essence. Up close, he could see patterns swirling across its surface, constellations, ocean currents, and dimensional coordinates in constantly shifting arrangements. I can feel the trident inside, he murmured, studying the pearl. It's definitely in there, but contained in some kind of dimensional pocket. The stasis field, Tsubaki explained, approaching to examine the artifact. It exists in a space between dimensions, protected from the passage of time or external influence. How do we get it out? Percy asked, turning the pearl carefully in his hand. Before anyone could respond, Kiba's voice cut through their fascination with sharp urgency. Incoming. Multiple signatures approaching rapidly from the northwest. Sona immediately shifted to tactical mode. Fallen angels. Yes, Kiba confirmed, sword materializing in his hand. At least 6 distinct signatures, moving with purpose. They know we're here. They must have been monitoring potential locations, Tsubaki deduced, activating a communication circle. I'm alerting the other teams. Too late for reinforcements, Sona assessed grimly. We need to withdraw immediately. Percy, secure the artifact. Tsubaki, prepare emergency teleportation. Percy carefully placed the pearl in a reinforced pouch Sona provided, securing it within his jacket. As he did, the dimensional windows across the pool's surface began fluctuating wildly, reflections shifting between realities with increasing speed. The pool is destabilizing, Tsubaki reported with concern. Removing the pearl has affected the dimensional balance point. Expected but inconvenient, Sona noted tersely. Let's move before. Her instruction was cut short as a light spear struck the ground between them, exploding in a flash of energy that temporarily blinded Percy. When his vision cleared, he saw 6 fallen angels descending into the clearing, wings extended and weapons manifested. Leading them was a familiar face, not Kokubile himself, but his lieutenant from the Previous day's confrontation at the reflection pool. The fallen angel's expression combined triumph and malice in equal measure. The demigod and two high-ranking devils, he observed with cruel satisfaction. Lord Kokobel will be pleased when we deliver both you and whatever artifact you've discovered. Bold of you to assume you'll be delivering anything, Sona replied coldly, stepping forward. With an authority that belied her slight physical presence. Water from the pool rose behind her, forming crystalline shapes that hummed with magical energy. The fallen angel lieutenant merely smiled. We came prepared this time. He gestured to his companions, who spread out to surround the clearing. No escape routes, no unexpected divine interventions. Just us, and you. Percy uncapped Riptide, the celestial bronze blade expanding to its full length. We've handled worse odds, have you? The lieutenant questioned with mock curiosity. In this dimension, with its unique rules and limitations. His gaze focused on the pouch visible beneath Percy's jacket. Hand over the artifact, and perhaps Lord Kokobel will consider allowing you to live as research subjects rather than eliminating you outright. Generous offer, Percy replied sarcastically. Here's my counter-proposal. You leave now, and we don't demonstrate why picking fights with a demigod and devil royalty is a bad career move. The lieutenant's expression darkened. Always defiant. Lord Kokobel mentioned your attitude would require adjustment. He raised his hand, a massive light spear forming above his palm. Let's begin that process, shall we? The attack came with supernatural speed, multiple light spears hurling toward them from different directions simultaneously. Sona's water shields intercepted several, Ikiba deflected others with blinding sword work. Percy rolled beneath one spear, coming up with Riptide ready as he engaged the nearest fallen angel. Battle erupted across the clearing. Tsubaki knife. Sting a mirror-like barrier that reflected energy attacks back at their sources, Kiba's speed allowing him to engage multiple opponents simultaneously, and Sona demonstrating why devil royalty command. Ed respect as she manipulated water with precision and devastating effect. Percy fought with the practiced efficiency of a veteran demigod, Riptide moving through defensive and offensive patterns developed through years of combat. His water powers provided additional advantage, pulling moisture from the surrounding environment to form secondary attacks and shields as needed. The fallen angels, however, had clearly come prepared specifically for this confrontation. They maintained formation discipline, covering each other's vulnerabilities and focusing attacks to separate the defenders. Chu concentrated on Kiba, using his speed against him by predicting movement patterns and laying traps of light energy. Another pair engaged Tsubaki, systematically testing her defensive capabilities while searching for weaknesses. The lieutenant and his remaining subordinate focused on Percy and Sona, correctly identifying them as the primary targets. The artifact, the lieutenant called to his companion. The demigod has it. Separate him from the Cetri heir. Percy recognized their strategy and moved closer to Sona, forming a defensive position that would require their opponents to engage both simultaneously. Thereafter the Pearl, he told her quietly. We need extraction options. Tsubaki's preparing an emergency circle, Sona replied, her water shields reforming after deflecting another barrage of light spears. But it requires 30 seconds of uninterrupted casting, time we don't currently have. A massive light spear, larger than the others and crackling with dark energy, suddenly formed in the lieutenant's hands. Enough games, he declared. Lord Kokobel wants results. He hurled the weapon with devastating force, not at Percy or Sona directly, but at the ground between them. The impact created an explosion of corrupted light energy that forced them apart, the shockwave sending Percy tumbling several yards away from his defensive position. The lieutenant's companion immediately pressed the advantage, diving toward Percy with twin light daggers extended. Percy rolled to his feet, Riptide intercepting one dagger while he sidestepped the other. The fallen angel pressed forward relentlessly, forcing Percy into a purely defensive posture as the lieutenant engaged Sona to prevent her from assisting. The artifact, the fallen angel demanded, his attacks increasing in speed and ferocity. Give it to me, and your death will be quick. Not interested in either option, Percy retorted, finding his rhythm and beginning to counterattack. Riptide sliced through the fallen angel's guard, drawing a line of golden ichor across his forearm. The wounded fallen angel hissed in pain and surprise, momentarily retreating. The dimensional weapon, Lord Kokobel warned us. His expression hardened. No matter. We have contingencies for such complications. From within his robes, the fallen angel produced what appeared to be a small obsidian sphere. Before Percy could react, his opponent crushed it in his fist, releasing a cloud of dark energy that rapidly expanded to engulf them both. Instantly, Percy felt his connection to water weaken dramatically, not severed completely, but muffled, as if trying to reach through thick insulation. The fallen angel smiled coldly at his evident surprise. Anti-divine field, he explained with malicious satisfaction. Specifically calibrated for water deities. Not perfect, but sufficient to level our playing field. Percy adjusted his stance, recognizing the tactical shift. With his water powers diminished, he would need to rely more heavily on physical combat skills, fortunately an area where years of training at Camp Half-Blood had prepared him well. I don't need water to handle you, he stated confidently, shifting Riptide to an offensive position. The fallen angel's smile widened. Perhaps not, but what about handling all of us? Too late, Percy realized the lieutenant had disengaged from Sona, who now fought desperately against 3 opponents simultaneously. Kiba was similarly overwhelmed, his speed advantage negated by careful positioning that limited his movement options. Tsubaki maintained her defensive barriers, but they showed signs of weakening under concentrated assault. The lieutenant joined Percy's opponent, both fallen angels now circling him with predatory focus. The artifact, the lieutenant demanded. Now, or watch your allies fall one by one. Percy assessed their situation with grim realism. The anti-divine field hindered his most effective powers, and their opponents had successfully divided their defensive formation. Even if he could hold his own against 2 fallen angels temporarily, the others would eventually overwhelm his companions. Percy, Sona called, her voice tense but controlled despite her precarious position. Delta Protocol. The coded instruction triggered immediate recognition among the devils. Kiba disengaged from his opponents with a blinding burst of speed, materializing beside Tsubaki, whose mirror barrier expanded dramatically to cover them momentarily. Sona launched a final water attack before diving toward their position. Percy understood the strategy. Why instantly? Concentration for emergency teleportation. He needed to reach them within seconds or be left behind. The lieutenant recognized their intention as well. Stop him, he commanded. Both fallen angels launching themselves at Percy simultaneously. Percy met their charge with calculated precision, Riptide sweeping in an arc that forced both opponents to momentarily defend rather than attack. In the split-second opening this created, he spun and sprinted toward his allies, pushing his demigod reflexes to their limit. Light spears rained down around him, exploding against the ground and sending shrapnel flying in all directions. Percy felt searing pain as fragments struck his back and legs, but maintained his forward momentum through sheer determination. Now, Sona commanded as Percy dove the final distance toward their huddled formation. Tsubaki's hands completed a complex magical gesture, and brilliant light engulfed them just as the fallen angels converged on their position. Reality shifted and distorted, the familiar sensation of magical teleportation enveloping Percy as the forest clearing dissolved around them. When the light faded, they stood in the occult research club room. Rias and Akino staring in surprise at their battered appearance and abrupt arrival. Fallen angel ambush, Sona reported tersely, already activating defensive wards around the building. They were waiting for us. How many? Rias demanded, immediately shifting to crisis management. 6, including Kokobeel's lieutenant, Kiba answered, sheathing his sword but maintaining combat readiness. They came prepared. Anti-divine field generators, coordinated tactics. They knew exactly what we were searching for, Percy added, wincing as he assessed the damage to his back and legs. Nothing immediately life-threatening, but painful nonetheless, and they knew I'd be there to retrieve it. Which means they've been monitoring our communications or movements, Rias concluded grimly. Concerning, but secondary to the immediate question, did you secure the artifact? Percy nodded, carefully extracting the dimensional pearl from its pouch. In the club room's lighting, its surface shimmered with even more complex patterns. Dimensional coordinates and celestial alignments shifting in hypnotic combinations. The trident is inside, he confirmed. Though I'm not entirely sure how to access it. Rias and Akino approached cautiously, studying the pearl with evident fascination. A dimensional stasis container, Akino identified. I've read theoretical descriptions, but never seen one actually manifested. It responded to Percy's divine signature, Sona explained, her composure fully restored despite the recent battle. The pearl emerged from a dimensional convergence point exactly as the archives indicated. Can you sense how to open it? Rias asked Percy. Percy concentrated on the pearl, extending his awareness toward it as he had with the pool. The artifact responded to his attention, its swirling patterns briefly aligning into recognizable trident shapes before dissolving back into cosmic mathematics. I think it's keyed to specific conditions, he said after a moment. Not just divine signature, but particular circumstances, maybe a location, or timing, or both. The archives mentioned nothing about activation requirements. Rias inquired. Percy shook his head. The Emery water showed its creation and concealment, but not specific instructions for retrieval. My guess is that information was deliberately separated for security. Logical precaution, Sona agreed. An artifact capable of manipulating dimensional boundaries would be catastrophic in the wrong hands. Speaking of wrong hands, Kiba interjected, the fallen angels will report our success to Kuoh. We should expect escalation of their efforts. Agreed, Rias nodded. This building's defenses should hold temporarily, but we need a more secure location for studying the artifact. My brother's research facility, Sona suggested. Its protections exceed even territory boundaries, and it maintains dimensional stabilization fields that might assist in analyzing the pearl's properties. Rias considered this option. A wise precaution. When can transport be arranged? Within the hour, Sona replied. I'll make the necessary arrangements. She departed to an adjacent room, already activating a communication circle. Asia approached Percy, healing magic glowing between her fingers. Please let me treat those injuries, she requested gently. Fallen angel weapons can cause complications if left untreated. Percy nodded gratefully, removing his jacket to allow access to the worst of the shrapnel wounds. As Asia worked, her twilight healing spreading warmth and relief through damaged tissue. He studied the dimensional pearl with renewed focus. The artifact represented his clearest path home, a divine tool specifically designed to manipulate the boundaries between dimensions. Yet its activation remained mysterious, and multiple factions now actively sought to claim it for their own purposes. The fallen angels knew exactly where to find us, he noted, voicing his earlier concern. That can't be coincidence. No, Rias agreed grimly. Either they've infiltrated our communication channels or they had advance information about the pearl's location. Or both, Akino suggested. Quote, the mysterious observer from the other night, the one claiming to represent the neutral faction. His knowledge of internal Olympian politics was suspicious. He could be playing multiple sides. A double agent, Kiba concluded. Providing information to fallen angels while maintaining cover as a neutral observer. Percy considered this possibility. The stranger's cryptic warning about shifting answers took on new meaning in this context. He told me traditional alliances might not offer the protection I expect. Could have been a veiled warning about information leaks. Or simple misdirection to create doubt among potential allies. Rias countered. Psychological warfare is as much a fallen angel specialty as light weapons. Their strategic discussion continued as Asia completed her healing treatment. Percy's wounds closing under her gentle ministrations. The shrapnel had caused significant damage, but nothing her sacred gear couldn't repair given sufficient time and energy. Thank you, Percy told her sincerely as she finished. That's much better. Asia smiled tiredly, the extended use of her healing powers clearly taxing her reserves. I'm glad I could help. You should still Saint though. Healing accelerates the body's natural processes but doesn't eliminate the need for recovery. Sona returned from her communications, expression businesslike. Transport is arranged. A secure vehicle will arrive in 20 minutes. We'll take the artifact directly to the research facility and establish proper containment protocols. What about fallen angel pursuit? Kiba asked practically. My brother is sending an escort. Sona replied. High-level devils specifically trained for artifact protection. They'll create a diversionary energy signature while we transport the actual pearl via an alternate route. Percy nodded appreciatively at the thoroughness of the plan. So I'm guessing I'm going with the pearl, since it seems to respond to my divine signature. Yes, both Rias and Sona confirmed simultaneously, exchanging brief glances before Rias continued. Your connection to the artifact may prove crucial for analysis and potential activation. Additionally, the research fact. Iliti's defensive measures will provide better protection than this location if Kuoh decides to escalate further. As preparations for transport continued around him, Percy took a moment to examine the dimensional pearl more closely. Holding it up to eye level, he studied the swirling patterns across its surface, constellations, ocean currents, and what appeared to be mathematical formulas describing dimensional coordinates. Within the pearlescent sphere, he occasionally glimpsed what seemed to be a miniature trident, its form shifting between states of matter like water itself, sometimes solid, sometimes liquid, sometimes pure energy, the divine weapon contained in dimensional stasis, waiting to be released. His potential way home, suspended between realities. Yet as Percy contemplated the artifact, he couldn't shake the growing sense that his interdimensional journey involved more than simple accident or coincidence. The information about weakening primordial bindings, Poseidon's warnings about ancient stirrings, and the fallen angel's peculiar interest in both him and the trident suggested connections he didn't yet fully understand. If primordial entities were manipulating events across dimensions, using weakened bindings to reach between realities, then perhaps the trident represented more than just his ticket home. It might be a key component in addressing the root cause of dimensional instability, a tool for repairing weakened boundaries rather than simply traversing them. The implications were both daunting and familiar. Once again, Percy Jackson found himself at the center of events with potentially cosmic consequences, his personal goals intertwined with larger conflicts between ancient powers. Just another day in the life of a demigod, even in another dimension. The secure transport arrived precisely as scheduled, an armored vehicle disguised as an ordinary delivery van, its true nature evident only in the subtle defensive wards inscribed along its frame. The alert vigilance of its devil operators. Everything's prepared, Sona informed them as final arrangements were completed. The diversionary team is already in motion, projecting energy signatures that will draw fallen angel attention toward the western district. What's our route? Percy asked, the dimensional pearl safely secured in a specialized containment case that Kuoh had prepared, assigned to further mask its unique energy while allowing controlled study. Northeastern approach to the research facility, Sona replied. Less direct but significantly lower supernatural monitoring. The facility itself is located outside ordinary space-time, a dimensional pocket accessible only through specific transitional protocols. A pocket dimension, Percy clarified, familiar with the Kuoh EPT from his own world's divine architecture. Olympus itself existed partially outside normal reality, anchored to the Empire State Building but not entirely contained within conventional space. Similar in principle, Sona confirmed. Though more scientifically structured than divine realms, it was established specifically for studying phenomena that might destabilize surrounding reality if examined in conventional space. Sounds perfect for analyzing an interdimensional artifact, Percy noted. Precisely why my brother created it, Sona agreed with the faintest hint of pride in her typically measured tone. The transport team consisted of Percy, Sona, and Tsubaki, with Kiba providing additional combat support if needed. Rias and the remainder of her peerage would maintain normal operatio NS at Kuoh Academy to avoid drawing attention to their activities. We'll monitor the situation here, Rias assured them as they prepared to depart. Any sign of fallen angel movement toward your position will be communicated immediately. Percy secured the containment case within the specialized compartment designed for artifact transport. As he did, he felt the dimensional pearl respond to his proximity, a subtle resonance between his divine essence and the artifact's otherworldly energy. It knows you, Tsubaki observed perceptively. The artifact recognizes your divine signature across dimensional boundaries. Makes sense if it was designed to traverse realities, Percy replied. It would need to recognize consistent patterns despite dimensional variations. With final preparations complete, they departed Kuoh Academy via a service entrance, minimizing visibility as they merged with normal traffic patterns. Percy found himself studying the town with newfound awareness of its supernatural significance. The ley line convergences beneath ordinary streets, the dimensional thin points scattered throughout seemingly mundane locations, the hidden currents of power flowing beneath the surface of normal reality. You're seeing it differently now, Sona noted from beside him, her perceptiveness catching him by surprise. The true Kuoh beneath the surface appearance. Percy nodded. In my world, we call it seeing through the mist, perceiving divine reality beneath mortal perceptions. This feels similar, but more integrated somehow. Like the supernatural isn't just layered over ordinary world but fundamentally intertwined with it. An astute observation, Sona acknowledged. The Great War and subsequent accord reshaped this world's metaphysical structure. Divine and supernatural realms partially withdrew, but remained connected through what we call resonance points, locations where different layers of reality naturally align. And Kuoh sits on a major resonance point, Percy deduced. Several, in fact, Sona confirmed, which explains both its significance to various factions and the unusual concentration of supernatural activity for a relatively small town. Their route took them through increasingly less developed areas, urban density giving way to scattered residential neighborhoods and eventually rural countryside. Throughout the journey, Tsubaki maintained constant communication with their support network, monitoring for any sign of pursuit or interception. Diversionary team reports fallen angel engagement in the Western District, she informed the approximately 20 minutes into their journey. Kokobeel's lieutenant is confirmed present, suggesting they committed significant resources to the false trail. Good, Sona nodded with satisfaction. That should provide sufficient window for our approach to the facility. As they continued northeast, the landscape gradually shifted, subtle at first, then with increasing distinctiveness. Colors seemed slightly more vivid, shadows deeper, the quality of light somehow different from normal daylight despite the clear sky above. We're approaching the transition zone, Sona explained, noting Percy's observation of the changes. The boundary between conventional reality and the dimensional pocket housing the research facility. The road narrowed, winding through increasingly dense forest that hadn't been visible from a distance. Trees pressed close on either side, their branches forming a natural tunnel that filtered sunlight into dappled patterns across the vehicle. Perception manipulation, Tsubaki identified. Seeing Percy's questioning expression, the approach is physically accessible but perceptually disguised. Those without authorization perceive an impassable wilderness rather than a traversable route. The transition became more pronounced as they continued, the forest taking on qualities that seemed slightly misaligned with normal reality. Trees that appeared to shift position when viewed peripherally. Bird calls that echoed with unusual resonance, light that bent at impossible angles through the canopy. Finally, the forest opened suddenly into a clearing that by all logical geography shouldn't have existed. At its center stood a structure that defied conventional architectural description, part modern research facility with gleaming surfaces and precise angles, Art ancient temple with columns and arcane symbols, all somehow integrated into a cohesive whole that seemed to exist partially outside normal dimensional constraints. The Sea-Tree Research Facility, Sona announced as they approached. Established after the Great War to study phenomena excluded from the Divine Accord's knowledge-sharing provisions. Guards materialized at the entrance as they are of devils in formal attire whose power signatures registered clearly even to Percy's non-devil senses. They bowed respectfully to Sona while maintaining alert vigilance toward the surrounding area. Lady Sea-Tree, the lead guard acknowledged. The containment chamber is prepared as requested. Lord Sea-Tree sends his regards and will join you shortly. Thank you, Ennis, Sona replied with formal courtesy. Has Specialist Phelan arrived? Yes, my lady. He awaits in the primary analysis chamber with the dimensional stabilization equipment you requested. Sona nodded satisfaction. Excellent. Please inform my brother that we've successfully retrieved the artifact and require his expertise regarding activation parameters. As they entered the facility, Percy was struck by the seamless integration of modern technology and ancient magical systems. Digital displays monitored arcane energy patterns, conventional scientific equipment analyzed supernatural phenomena, and throughout the structure, Aether flowed in carefully designed channels that reminded him of the temple archives, though here the patterns seemed more deliberately scientific than ceremonial. The water system looked similar to the archives. He observed as they proceeded down a corridor where illuminated liquid flowed through transparent conduits along the walls. Inspired by pre-Accord designs, Sona confirmed. The facility incorporates architectural elements from multiple supernatural traditions, creating a balanced environment capable of containing and studying diverse phenomena. They reached what appeared to be the facility's central chamber, a circular room approximately 50 feet in diameter, its ceiling a perfect dome inscribed with mathematical formulas and dimensional coordinates. At the room's center stood a raised platform surrounded by concentric rings of various materials, some metallic, others crystalline, still others composed of substances Percy couldn't identify. The dimensional stabilization array, Tsubaki explained, designed to contain and analyze objects that exist partially outside conventional reality without allowing their properties to affect surrounding space-time. A devil in what appeared to be scientific attire approached, bowing to Sona before addressing the group. Lady Citri, welcome. I am Specialist Phaelern, Dimensional Mechanics Division. The array is calibrated for preliminary examination of the artifact you described. Thank you, Specialist, Sona replied. May I present Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon from an alternate dimension. His divine signature appears keyed to the artifact's response mechanisms. Phaelern turned to Percy with poorly concealed fascination. A dimensional traveler with divine heritage. Extraordinary. Your perspective on the artifact's properties will be invaluable. Happy to help, Percy responded, though I'm still figuring out exactly how the pearl works myself. Understandable, Phaelern nodded. Dimensional stasis technology was largely lost with Atlantis. This specimen represents a unique opportunity to study pre-accord containment methods. They proceeded to the central platform, where Percy carefully removed the dimensional pearl from its transport case. In the chamber's specialized lighting, its surface patterns appeared even more complex and dynamic, shifting between configurations with increasing speed as if responding to the environment. It's becoming more active, Percy noted, feeling the artifact's energy intensifying. I think it recognizes something about this location. The dimensional stabilization field likely resonates with its internal structure, Phaelern suggested, activating monitoring equipment surrounding the platform. Please place it at the center of the array so we can begin analysis. Percy positioned the pearl as instructed. Though he maintained physical contact rather than withdrawing completely. It responds most actively to direct connection with my divine signature, he explained. I can feel it, communicating. Almost. Not with words, but with patterns and resonances. Fascinating, Phaelern murmured, studying the readings appearing on various displays. The artifact is generating dimensional harmonics consistent with controlled boundary manipulation. Its internal structure appears to contain a significantly larger object than its external dimensions should permit. The trident, Percy confirmed. I can sense it inside, though it feels fluid somehow. Not fully materialized. Quantum state flux, Phaelern identified. The weapon likely exists in multiple potential states simultaneously until properly activated and stabilized. As they continued preliminary analysis, the chamber doors opened to admit a tall, distinguished-looking man whose resemblance to Sona W. as immediately apparent despite his more mature appearance. He carried himself with the quiet authority of someone accustomed to both power and responsibility, his expression thoughtful rather than imposing. Lord Citri, Phaelern acknowledged with a deep bow. Father, Sona greeted him with formal respect. Lord Citri approached the platform with measured steps, his gaze alternating between the dim-dimensional pearl and Percy with equal interest. So this is our interdimensional visitor and the artifact he seeks, he observed, his voice cultured and precise. Both presenting fascinating questions about the nature of dimensional boundaries. Percy Jackson. Percy introduced himself, uncertain of proper protocol but defaulting to directness. Son of Poseidon, though not the one from this dimension. Indeed, Lord Citri replied with a slight smile. A distinction with significant implications. I am Revian Citri, head of House Citri and director of this research facility. Your arrival in our dimension has generated considerable interest across factions. So I've noticed, Percy commented dryly. Though I'm more focused on finding a way back than becoming an interdimensional celebrity. A reasonable priority, Lord Citri acknowledged, turning his attention to the pearl. And this artifact, the Trident of Crossing, represents your potential return mechanism. According to Poseidon, Percy confirmed. Though activating it seems to be the current challenge. Lord Citri studied the pearl with experienced assessment. Dimensional stasis containers typically require specific resonance K. Ice for activation. conditions that align the contained object with a single-dimensional reality rather than the quantum state flux currently maintaining its isolation. Any idea what those conditions might be for this particular artifact? Percy asked hopefully. Several possibilities, Lord Sitri replied, gesturing to Phelan, who immediately adjusted the monitoring equipment to display new data patterns. Based on the harmonic frequencies the Pearl is generating, I would hypothesize a combination of factors: location at a dimensional thin point, specific temporal alignment, and divine energy. Y signature keyed to its original creator. The first full moon after its retrieval, Sona suggested, studying the data. The cyclical patterns appear to align with lunar phases. At the reflection pool, Percy added, connecting the pieces, where I communicated with Poseidon. That location already demonstrated properties conducive to cross-dimensional contact. A logical conclusion, Lord Sitri agreed. The combination of lunar influence, an established dimensional thin point, and your divine connection to Poseidon across realities might satisfy the resonance requirements for activation. The next full moon is in 27 days, Tsubaki calculated. Sufficient time for comprehensive analysis and preparation. Percy felt both hope and frustration at this timeline. Hope that a concrete method for activating the trident had been identified, frustration at the waiting period before implementation could be attempted. 4 more weeks in this dimension before potentially returning home. Can we accelerate the process? He asked. Create artificial conditions that mimic the full moon's influence. Lord Sitri considered this question seriously. Potentially, though with significant risks. Dimensional artifacts respond to authentic cosmic alignments in ways that artificial replication often fails to fully reproduce. Attempting to force activation could destabilize the Pearl's containment properties with unpredictable results, including potential dimensional rupture, Phelan added cautiously. If the trident's power were released in an uncontrolled manner, it could create tears in reality extending beyond our capacity to repair. Percy nodded reluctantly, accepting the necessity of patience despite his eagerness to return home. 27 days it is, then. In the meantime, we need to ensure both the Pearl and the reflection pool remain secure. Kokabeel and his fallen angels have already demonstrated their interest in both. The Pearl will remain here, Lord Sitri assured him. This facility exists partially outside conventional dimensional parameters, making it virtually inaccessible to unauthorized entities, regardless of power level. And the reflection pool, Percy pressed. If that's where we need to be for activation, we can't risk fallen angels damaging or corrupting it before the full moon. A valid concern, Sona acknowledged. We should establish rotating surveillance and enhanced boundary fields around the park. I'll coordinate with Rias, Tsubaki offered. Between Grimoire and Sitri peerages, we can maintain continuous monitoring without depleting any single team's resources. As they continued discussing security arrangements, Percy maintained physical contact with the dimensional Pearl, sensing subtle changes in its resonance patterns as it responded to the stabilization array. The artifact seemed to be settling into a more stable state, its surface patterns shifting more slowly and deliberately as if adjusting to its new environment. It's calibrating, Phelan observed, noting the change on his monitoring equipment. Establishing harmonic alignment with our dimensional frequency. Most encouraging for eventual activation prospects. Can I stay here to study it? Percy asked. Learn more about how it works, maybe practice connecting with it before the activation attempt. Lord Sitri nodded approvingly. A wise approach. Understanding the artifact's response patterns may prove crucial during the activation sequence. We can establish appropriate accommodations within the facility for extended observation periods. Quote, though you should maintain your cover identity at Kuoh Academy, Sona added practically. Completely disappearing would attract unwanted attention, potentially alerting fallen angels that we've moved the artifact to a secure location. Percy acknowledged the logic of this approach, though the prospect of continuing school attendance while interdimensional concerns loomed struck him as somewhat absurd. Then again, he'd attended regular classes between world-threatening quests in his own dimension. Perhaps some aspects of demigod life remained consistent across realities. There's one more thing we should consider, he said, remembering the stone tablets retrieved from the temple archives. The information about primordial bindings potentially weakening. If that's connected to the dimensional instability that brought me here, addressing it might be necessary for successful return travel. Lord Seatree's expression grew more serious. The tablets you retrieved mention weakening bindings. May I examine them? Percy nodded to Tsubaki, who produced the ancient stone tablets from their secure transport container. Lord Seatree studied them with evident expertise, his expression growing increasingly concerned as he translated the archaic inscriptions. Most troubling, he finally concluded. These describe binding ceremonies performed after the primordial conflicts, designed to contain entities that existed before the gods themselves. The bindings were meant to be renewed every 12 great conjunctions, approximately 240 years in human timekeeping. But the renewals stopped after the accord separated the pantheons. Percy added, confirming his earlier understanding. Meaning they're long overdue. Precisely, Lord Seatree confirmed grimly. According to these records, the last renewal occurred shortly before the Great War, nearly a millennium ago. The bindings would be significantly degraded by now, potentially allowing limited influence across dimensional boundaries. Which Kuoh explain both my arrival here and the increased fallen angel activity, Percy reasoned. If a primordial entity is manipulating events from behind weakened barriers, it might be orchestrating confrontations between factions for some larger purpose. Using Kuoh's ambition as a tool, Sona concluded, the implications settling heavily, pushing him toward actions that serve the primordial's agenda without his knowledge. A concerning hypothesis, Lord Seatree acknowledged. And one that aligns with certain anomalous readings our monitoring systems have detected recently, subtle dimensional fluctuations occurring with increasing frequency and intensity. So in addition to activating the trident, we might need to address these weakening bindings, Percy summarized. Otherwise, whatever pull led me here could potentially follow me back, or create other dimensional problems. The traditional renewal ceremony required representatives from multiple pantheons working in concert, Lord Seatree noted, indicating specific sections of the tablet. A level of cooperation that hasn't existed since before the accord. Could it be done without full pantheon cooperation? Percy asked. Maybe with representatives from key factions instead of entire divine hierarchies. Lord Seatree considered this possibility thoughtfully. Theoretically, yes. The ceremony fundamentally requires balanced energy signatures from different metaphysical sources, combined with specific binding incantations. Representatives with sufficient connection to their respective power sources might serve as adequate conduits. Devils, angels, fallen angels, and dimensional demigod, Sona suggested. A modified version of the traditional cosmic balance. Potentially workable, her father agreed cautiously. Though inking representatives of opposing factions to cooperate would present significant diplomatic challenges. Especially with Kuoh actively pursuing conflict, Percy noted. He doesn't strike